Good morning. Oh, allez.
Go.
Bonjour, chers.
Good morning, colleagues. I don't have any sound. Can you hear?
Please take your seats.
Et puis-je avoir votre attention?
And could I have your attention, please? First of all, let me wish a happy National Day to Mauritius, Timor-Leste, and
C'est aussi l'anniversaire de mon mari, mais
it's also my husband's birthday, but I imagine there are lots of birthdays happening this week, so happy birthday and best wishes to absolutely everybody to maybe their birthday today or anytime this week. Thank you very much.
maintenant nous allons passer.
Now we will move on to our agenda. Point 6A. Consideration of the reports of the Committee of the Assembly, Credentials Committee. I now call upon the chair of the committee, Mr. Mansour bin Halfan bin Hudayib al-Wahibi from Oman, to present the committee's report.
Et s'il peut demander la parole afin.
You are asking for the floor before it's given to the chair? Right, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to extend thanks to all countries who hosted us generously this week. Madam President, it was one of the most difficult committees. The Credentials Committee was established in accordance with Rule 10 of the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly. It was composed of representatives of the Dominican Republic, Indonesia, Monaco, Oman, and Romania. And its report may be found in document A34/6A. The credentials of the delegations listed in paragraphs 4 and 5 of the report were examined by the committee and were found to be in due and proper form. I should also draw your attention that since the issuance of the report, almost 76 countries and delegations submitted a letter of credentials, and I'm pleased to report that the credentials of the delegations are in order. As reported, we have also, as reported in paragraph 6, the document submitted by the delegation of Equatorial Guinea was not deemed to be in order. With regard to the credentials of the member states listed in Para 7 of the report, these have not yet been received. Finally, with regard to the credentials of the delegation of Myanmar, the Credentials Committee decided to recommend to the IMO Assembly that it defer a decision on the question of the credentials of Myanmar. The details are listed in Para 8 of the report. Madam President, all the copies of credentials submitted by delegations were accepted pursuant to Rule 10 of the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly. Therefore, the Assembly is recommended to accept the credentials of 169 member states. To conclude, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the members of the Credentials Committee for their cooperation. Thanks go to the Secretariat. And merci, Madame la Présidente.
stated, as I understand, Mozambique already submitted.
Je remercie.
I thank the chair of the Credentials Committee for this presentation. I now invite comments, if any, on the report of the committee.
Je ne vois pas d'observation.
I see no comments, so I assume that the Assembly approves the recommendations of the committee on the credentials. In fact, there are 169 member states who have submitted credentials in good and proper form, because Mozambique, 170. 170. It is so decided then.
Nous pouvons maintenant passer.
Now we can move on to item 23 in our agenda, which, as you know, is elections. So we have 4 documents submitted under this point. So I would ask Ukraine to introduce document A3423/2.
Thank you, Madam President. Distinguished delegates, good morning. Ukraine submitted document A3323/2 to ensure that, ahead of the Council elections, this Assembly is fully aware of the consequences of supporting a state that systematically violates international maritime law. This document is not a theoretical analysis. It's a factual record of what happens when a member state wages a war of aggression and simultaneously seeks to sit in the council of the very organization whose rules it systematically violates. Let me be absolutely clear. The Russian Federation's candidacy to the IMO Council is incompatible with maritime safety, incompatible with the rule of law, and incompatible with the fundamental purpose of this organization. Since the last regular session of the Assembly, Russia's attacks on international shipping have not diminished. They have intensified. The annex to our document lists case after case, month after month, of pilots, engineers, stevedores, and foreign seafarers killed or injured. These include missile attacks on commercial vessels of multiple flags in Odessa, Chornomorsk, Pivdeny, Ismail, and along the Danube, including ships of Panama, Turkey, Liberia, Cameroon, St. Kitts and Nevis, Belize, Sierra Leone, Portugal, Tanzania, Romania, and many others. These are not incidents, not formal incidents. These are armed attacks on international civil maritime actors. These are direct violations of UNCLOS, SOLAS, SAR, STCW, and detailed in our submissions. And these are flagrant breaches of the resolution of this Assembly, including A1183/3, which Russia continues to ignore. Madam President, every single day, Ukrainian ports are attacked by Russian weapons. Thousands, sometimes hundreds of drones, combined with regular ballistic and cruise missile strikes. These are our daily maritime reality. Just an example, on 24 November 2025, the very day when this Assembly opened its work, when we listened to the general statements, beginning with the address delivered by Deputy Prime Minister of Ukraine, the recovery, Alexei Kuleba, a massive drone attack struck port infrastructure in the Odessa region, igniting a fire on a civilian vessel and damaging critical facilities. None of these were military sites, all the commercial ports serving international shipping. Russia is the only country in the world that today deliberately fires ballistic missiles at merchant ships in port, while those ships are loading grain, metal, and humanitarian cargo. It is the only country whose actions have left more than 40 foreign-flagged ships stranded in occupied waters, unable to deliver service and repairs. And this is the only country that have built a 1,600 vessel shadow fleet, 1/5 of the global tanker fleet, operating without insurance, without oversight, without compliance, and in open contempt of Resolution A1192/33. This fleet has already caused catastrophic spills, including Volga-Neft-class collision in the Kerch Strait, contaminating the Black Sea with thousands of tons of heavy fuel oil. Such conduct is what Russia brings to global shipping. This is the reality behind the candidacy. Distinguished delegates, electing Russia to the Council would send a dangerous and unthinkable message that the state may violate every core IMO instrument, attack civilian shipping, pollute entire seas, destroy port infrastructure, expand illegal gray zones for navigation, and still be rewarded with a seat in the organization's executive body. The Assembly cannot and must not legitimize such behavior. The IMO's credibility is not an abstraction. It is the foundation of which global shipping operates. Once compromised, it cannot be restored by resolutions alone. For these reasons, Ukraine invites member states to firmly withhold support the Russian Federation candidature and to uphold the integrity, safety, and credibility of this organization. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie la
I thank the delegation of Ukraine. If there are no other comments, I would call upon the Russian Federation to present A3423-3.
Спасибо, госпожа.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning to you, to the Secretary General, and to distinguished colleagues. May I start by thanking all the delegations who have been hosting us over the last few days, and also to congratulate those countries whose National Day occurs today and over the course of the week as a whole. Madam President, in connection with document A3423-2, the Russian Federation would like yet again to call attention of all those present in the room to Assembly Resolution A1136-31, dated 4th of December 2019, which was a document which was adopted by the Assembly. And the title of the document is Ethical Considerations and Guidelines for Conduct of IMO Council Election Campaigns. This document states that the Council must be elected by honest, ethical, transparent, and equitable elections. It calls, for instance, on member states during the election campaign to refrain from using negative information, based on what contribution the state may make to achieving the goals of the IMO. Here, if I may, I would like to quote one of the sentences in this document. This document, Ethical Considerations and Guidelines for Conduct of IMO Council Election Campaigns. So this is the document, yet again, which is an annex to this Assembly resolution, the one which was quoted, which we all adopted at Assembly 31. This is the section about mutual respect. The candidatures of all member states who would like to be elected to the Council should be appreciate it in terms of their qualities of workmanlike contribution, including their ability to work constructively in the Council and in the organisation as a whole. Members must support establishing an inclusive atmosphere and refrain from any actions which might increase disharmony and create any kind of tension. Yet again, I am directly quoting our own resolution. And in this context, Madam President, this document 3423-2 is in its very essence discriminatory, and its content is against the aims and principles of the IMO and the spirit of international cooperation and the principle of equitable approach, which is an essence of this international forum. This international forum exists in order to provide mechanisms for cooperations and to find ways in order to avoid any discriminatory measures. So the authors of this document, 23.2, are working inconsistent with the resolution which we adopted. In other words, they are not respecting and they are not recognizing the work which we come here together to do. The fact that this document is here, just as was the case in the previous A33, makes us wonder what leadership role is the Secretariat carrying out by tabling this document for this Assembly to discuss. The Russian Federation, in spite of the fact that these illegal, unilateral, limiting measures have been applied, is continuing to carry out its obligations under the IMO, bona fide. And we are implementing, as is due, all measures which support international navigation and the rights of seafarers. As everyone knows, the Russian Federation is an active member of the IMO and has, since 1958 and up to the year 2003, was a regular member of the IMO Council. Now, as far as the information contained in the document from Ukraine, again, we are facing clearly lying information and manipulation of the facts. The document is dealing with issues which are not part of the mandate of the IMO. And I would remind you that even at this session, delegations have reminded us that this is a technical organization. Whereas when we look at document 23.2, we see that the clear aim here is in order to lead member states into confusion. And the statements in it are unfounded, and they are being put forward for purely political reasons, bearing in mind the fact that this document has no new arguments to offer. The Russian Federation does not consider it necessary, yet again, to give a detailed response to these accusations, which have become standard and which have been refuted so many times. So for this reason, the Russian Federation sees this call to refrain from supporting Russia's candidacy for the Council of the IMO as a politically motivated call, which has nothing in common with the principles and goals which are laid down in the IMO Convention. In other words, in our founding text, the text which is the basis for all our work. The document, which is the document of this organization, the organization in which we all work together. Thank you. I thank you for your attention.
Merci.
Thank you. Given that the right to reply is the prerogative of any state, and there have been no other requests for the floor, we will move on. So, pursuant to Article 15D of the IMO Convention, the Assembly is required to elect members of the Council for the 2-year period between the current and the next Assembly. The election is guided by the provisions of Article 17. Before we move to the elections, it's important that we're reminded of certain rules of procedure of the Assembly concerning the financial obligations of the members found in Rules 58 and 59. So, in Rule 58, the issue of loss of vote in specific bodies of the organization, including the Assembly. The Assembly has already dealt with this under item 14 in our agenda, which decided to grant a waiver to the plurinational state of Bolivia, to Cuba, to Gabon, and to the Syrian Arab Republic. After we concluded consideration of Agenda Item 4, the Secretariat advised that Mozambique and Zambia had settled their arrears up to 2024 in full, and as a consequence, they no longer fall under the provision of Article 61, and their voting rights are thus restored. Member states which did not apply for a waiver, Cameroon, Congo, Guinea-Bissau, and São Tomé and Príncipe, fall under the provisions of Article 61. They have lost their right to vote at the election, which is about to start. Rule 59 states that any member seeking election to the Council shall have discharged its obligations to the organization or shall have committed itself at least 1 month before the Assembly to a schedule of payments submitted to the Secretary-General to do so, and shall have complied with the terms of any previously agreed schedule of payment. Should any member not meet these terms, that member will not be eligible to seek election at the Assembly. All 48 candidates have met the requirements of Rule 59. Furthermore, as reported by the chair of the Credentials Committee, there are 170 member states with credentials in good order at this session. Of these, 1 country is, however, ineligible to vote under Article 61. Therefore, 169 member states are eligible to vote. I now invite the Secretary-General to introduce the documents issued under this item and explain the procedure to be followed for the election of members to the Council.
President.
Thank you very much, President, and good day to all. Document A3423 provides relevant rules and criteria for Council members in each category and other information to assist member states in their deliberations, including information on the composition of the Council throughout its history. Document A3423-1 and its annexes reproduce the communications received from governments of member states who are seeking election to the Council under the 3 categories specified in paragraphs A, B, and C of Article 17 of the IMO Convention. And I am pleased to be able to report now that all 48 member states that have indicated their intention to stand for election to the Council have met the requirements of Rule 59. And further, I am pleased to inform that 170 member states are present and eligible to vote. The procedure to be followed for the elections is set out in Rules 31 to 43 of the Assembly's Rules of Procedure. The main provisions to be noted on the elections are as follows. Thank you. So, according to established practice, the vote in favour of a candidate on the voting ballot will mean that you have to completely fill in with a black felt pen provided by the Secretariat the small rectangle contained in the voting column to the right of the name of that candidate as indicated on the ballot paper. And if a delegation should make a mistake when filling out the voting paper and they wish to obtain a replacement voting paper, then that delegation should bring that spoiled voting paper to the President to be exchanged for a new one. And finally, I would like to draw the attention to resolutions A1025 on the implementation of paragraph C of Article 17 of the IMO Convention and A1150-332 containing guidance on the consistent application of Article 17 of the IMO Convention by which the Assembly desired to ensure that the criteria set out in Article 17 of the IMO Convention are met fully, and that through its composition the Council is representative, balanced, diverse, efficient, and supportive of the interests of the entire membership. Thank you very much, Madam President.
I thank the Secretary General for explaining.
Que tous les candidats à l'élection.
The Assembly notes that all candidates seeking elections to the Council have met the requirements of Rule 59 and are therefore eligible to stand. I can also confirm that a majority of member states of the organisation, other than associate members, are present at the meeting and therefore the required quorum has been obtained. I now propose that members of the delegations of Paraguay and Ireland be appointed to act as scrutineers, subject to the approval of the Assembly. I see no objections and therefore conclude that the Assembly approves the appointment of the members of the delegations of Paraguay and Ireland as scrutineers for the forthcoming election. And in due course, I will invite them to come forward to help in the conduct of the elections.
Que l'Assemblée.
Now, before the Assembly proceeds with the vote, and that will be, first of all, for 10 states under paragraph A of Article 17. I'm going to invite the Secretariat to show a short video which will explain how to complete the ballot paper for voting.
Distinguished delegates, we will now show a short video on the procedures to follow to complete the ballot papers for voting at this election. To vote, you will need a ballot paper prepared by the Secretariat listing the names of all the candidate countries in English alphabetical order, as shown in here. The Secretariat will provide one ballot paper per delegation entitled to vote. It will also provide each delegation with a black felt-tip pen with which to complete the ballot paper. In order to ensure that the electronic machine which counts the votes can accurately read the votes cast, delegations are kindly requested to only use the black felt tip pen provided by the Secretariat to fill in the ballot paper. Voting on the ballot paper will entail filling in completely with the felt tip pen provided. The small rectangles contained in the column headed by vote, to the right of the names of the candidates that you would like to vote, as shown in here. The ballot paper containing more votes than the number of candidates to be elected will be rendered invalid. Altering the voting paper in any way will render it invalid. Likewise, marking the voting box in other ways, for example with a cross or a tick, may render the ballot paper invalid. Any ballot paper left blank will be considered an abstention. If a delegation makes a mistake when filling in the ballot paper, a replacement ballot paper should be requested from the President of the Assembly. The President will exchange the spoiled ballot paper for a new one when the spoiled ballot paper is brought to them at the podium. The voting is conducted by secret ballot. We request that delegations do not fold the ballot paper in any way, as this may interfere with the electronic vote counting machine. Delegations will be allowed time to complete the ballot papers, after which a representative of the Secretary-General will call out the names of the countries entitled to vote in English alphabetical order. At that point, a representative of each delegation may proceed to the ballot box in front of the podium to deposit their ballot paper. To ensure that this process is conducted in an orderly manner, the representatives will approach the ballot box by the left-hand side of the room facing the podium and leave the area by the right-hand side of the room as indicated in the diagram. Once the voting process is completed, the ballot box will be removed by the representative of the Secretariat, accompanied by the scrutineers for the counting of the votes. Once the counting is finalised, the results will be presented to the President of the Assembly, who will then pass them on to the Secretary-General to announce the outcome of the vote. 2 scrutineers will witness the process and oversee the electronic counting of votes. The scrutineers have been chosen from among member states that represent different geographical areas and are not standing as candidates at this election. At the conclusion of this video, please remain seated. The President of the Assembly will instruct the Secretariat to distribute the ballot papers and black felt tip pens. Voting will commence soon after that. Thank you.
Voilà, j'espère que tout est clair.
Thank you very much. Well, I hope all is now clear. And I will invite the Assembly to elect to the Council 10 states with the largest interest in providing international shipping services, as provided for in paragraph A of Article 17 of the IMO Convention. First of all, I invite any candidates under this category who wish to do so to make statements in connection with their candidacy. And it would be greatly appreciated if those statements could be as short as possible, please, not exceeding 3 minutes. The Russian Federation first, please.
Madam President, Secretary-General of the IMO, High Representatives of Member States of the IMO, the Russian Federation,
Excusez-moi, je précise, je rappelle que c'est bien la catégorie.
It is category A only. Category A only is who we are going to be hearing from. So if other people could withdraw their requests, and we will give you the floor when it comes to the vote for the appropriate category. So category A only at the moment, and apologies for interrupting the Russian Federation in their speech, but please withdraw your request for the floor if you're not in category A. Thank you.
Я могу говорить, да, госпожа президент?
So I may speak. Yes, Madam President. Thank you. In that case, back to the beginning. So double 2, if you will allow. Madam President of the Assembly, Secretary General of the IMO, distinguished high representatives of member states of the IMO, the Russian Federation has put in its application to be a Category A member of the Council as a country with one of the most salient interests in navigation, world maritime trade. Participants from my country of course has a huge coastline, and maritime transport for the people who live in our country is a sphere of activity which is of vital importance to them. Many regions of the country can be reached with cargoes only by sea or by navigation. The majority of our interactions and our exchanges with the rest of the world in terms of trade take place by sea transport. Ladies and gentlemen, Russia has been a member of the IMO since the very day it was founded. And throughout the whole of its existence, the existence of this organization has been a member of the Council, except for the previous 2 years. May I use this opportunity, Madam President, to remind the meeting that as far as the makeup of the Council is concerned, the approach in principle is that it is necessary to provide a fair geographical global spread of membership. My country has access to all the world oceans. It is a part of Asia and it is a part of Europe. Not just on paper, but in large parts of its territory. And there is much maritime activity in the Arctic Ocean. So this geographical spread of our country is more appropriate than for many. So if there is anyone who hasn't decided their choice yet, I would recommend that you vote for Russia to be a member of the country under Category A. And I assure you that we will fulfill our role in the most effective way. Thank you.
Merci, et je rappelle donc à chacun de limiter.
Thank you very much indeed. And please let me remind people to stick to 3 minutes when they take the floor. Greece now has the floor.
Privilege to present the candidature of Greece for re-election to Category A of the IMO Council. And I will try to keep brief because it is well known in this room that the history, culture and economy of Greece are indispensably linked to the seas and the oceans. As Herodotus, the father of history, put it on the 5th century BC, we have land and home as long as we have ships and the sea. This still captures and summarizes our national identity. Shipping is a cornerstone of Greece's development and international presence. Today, Greece owns the largest merchant fleet in the world, a strategic enabler of global trade, energy security, and supply chain resilience. For Greece, the IMO is not a technical forum. It is the foundation of the global maritime order. we firmly believe that IMO must remain the sole global authority for a coherent, fair and effective regulatory framework. Uniform international standards are essential to ensure safety, a level playing field and a predictable environment for world shipping. Since joining the organization in 1958, Greece has been an active and constructive member. Our guiding principle is balance. Regulation must be smart, fair and economically sound and pragmatic, approaching sustainability from both perspectives, the environmental and the economic. And of course, no discussion on the future of shipping can ignore its people. As several speakers said earlier this week, seafarers are the beating heart of our industry. This is what they have always been, and this is what they will be in the future. Their welfare, skill improvement, dignity and rights must remain at the center of our work. This is both a moral duty and a strategic necessity, so as to attract the next generation and to ensure a safe and effective digital and green transition. Distinguished delegates, we are convinced that the re-election of Greece to Category A of the Council goes hand in hand with our contribution to the world seaborne trade and with our strong and enduring commitment to the IMO's mission. Renewed membership will allow us to continue working with all member states to deliver balanced, workable solutions and to help the organization meet the expectations of the global community. In this spirit of partnership and collaboration, we respectfully request for your support. Thank you for your attention.
Merci. Et je donne à...
Thank you very much. The floor now goes to the United States of America.
Good morning, Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, and distinguished delegates. It is an honor to address you today on behalf of the United States regarding our candidacy for re-election to Category A of the International Maritime Organization Council. The United States reaffirms its unwavering commitment to the IMO and its vital mission of promoting safe, secure, efficient, and environmentally sound shipping worldwide. As a maritime nation, the United States has a profound interest in a thriving international maritime system. Our maritime transportation system includes 361 ports and 25,000 miles of navigable waterways, supporting $5.4 trillion in economic activity annually and providing for nearly 30 million jobs. As one of the top 10 ship-owning countries globally, with ports that rank amongst the world's busiest, the United States plays a critical role in driving the global economy and international shipping. The complexity of the maritime domain continues to grow, with increasing vessel traffic, larger ships, expanding global markets, and rapid technological advancements. These challenges demand strong global leadership, and the IMO is uniquely positioned to fill this role. Since 1950, as one of the earliest signatories of the IMO conventions, the United States has been a steadfast and active supporter of the organization. We have consistently contributed technical expertise and leadership across committees, subcommittees, and working groups. For example, we have led efforts to review and strengthen the STCW Code and Convention, ensuring mariner training standards remain robust and relevant in a rapidly evolving maritime environment. We have also contributed more than $8.8 million to the International Maritime Security Trust Fund since 2003, supporting capacity building activities and the implementation of the International Ship and Port Facility Security Code. Recognizing the growing importance of cybersecurity, the United States has shared best practices and technical expertise to help the IMO develop a robust framework to address growing cyber risks. The United States is deeply committed to the IMO's core objectives to fostering fair, effective, and universally adopted sets of standards for the global shipping industry. We pledge our continued active engagement to support the organization's goals and to work along all member states to advance a safer, more secure maritime future. We respectfully seek your support for the United States re-election to Category A of the IMO Council. Thank you for your consideration and for the opportunity to address this distinguished assembly.
Merci. Et j'invite à...
Thank you very much. China next, please.
Madam President, distinguished delegates, good morning. First of all, it is a great honor to address the Assembly as the candidate for Category A member of the Council. China is one of the world's leading nations in international shipping, port operations, shipbuilding, and seafaring. Our fleet capacity engaged in international voyages, the number of certified seafarers, port cargo throughput, container handling capacity, as well as the number of shipbuilding orders all rank among the highest globally. The Chinese government attaches great importance to the maritime safety, maritime security, and the protection of marine environment, and is committed to promote a healthier and more sustainable development of the maritime sector. China has acceded to nearly most of the major maritime conventions and protocols and faithfully fulfilled its international obligations. We fully and effectively implement the requirement of SOLAS, MARPOL, and STCW conventions and other IMO instruments. Through concrete and practical actions, we support developing countries in strengthening their maritime capacity building, and we contribute to the development of a fair, reasonable, and feasible global maritime governance system. China has served on the IMO Council since 1976 and since 1989 has continuously served as Category A Council member. The Chinese government always believes that the international community should work together on the framework of the IMO and adopt global coordinated solutions to address the challenges faced by the shipping industry. China stands ready to take its re-election as a Category A Council member as a new opportunity to work hand in hand with all IMO member states, make positive contributions to global maritime governance, and jointly promote the sustainable development of the world's shipping industry. We hope that the member states can support China's re-election as Category A Council member. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you very much. Norway next, please.
Merci, Madame President. Excellencies, colleagues, Norway has put forward its candidature for re-election to Council Category A. Norway is a nation steeped in maritime history, and shipping and the maritime and ocean industries are part of our DNA. And I'm proud to say that our maritime cluster is one of the most complete in the world. And Norway is a global supplier of green shipping, technological innovation, as well as solutions within digitalization and automation. And most importantly, Norway is a firm believer in global rules for global challenges. And this organization has shown time and time again that we can achieve what we can achieve when we work together with vision and determination. And we remain fully committed to the IMO, its mission and goals. And technical cooperation is key to reaching this organization's goal, and we are proud to be the largest contributor to the IMO technical cooperation projects. And Norway, if re-elected to Council, will continue its work to facilitate for an inclusive, transparent and efficient decision-making process. We humbly seek your support for our re-election so we can continue our work together towards achieving common solutions for the global challenges for the maritime sector. And so we ask for your continued trust and your vote today for Norway's candidacy in Category A. Thank you.
Merci, et j'invite à présent la République de...
Thank you very much. Republic of Korea next.
Thank you, Madam President. Honorable Madam President Marine de Garne, très saison de Quatrelogon, Secretary General Arsenio Dominguez, and distinguished delegates. As the Minister of Oceans and Fisheries, I am deeply honored to present the candidates of the Republic of Korea for re-election to the IMO Council on the Category A. Since joining IMO in 1962, the Republic of Korea has actively contributed to global efforts to ensure maritime safety and security and to protect the marine environment. When we first joined the organization, we were among the least developed countries in the world. Over the past 6 decades, we have achieved sustained economic progress and transformed ourselves from a recipient of assistance into a country that stands ready to support others. In this process, we recognized early on the strategic importance of shipping and shipbuilding industries, and we mobilized our full policy capacity to foster their development. These efforts have transformed the Republic of Korea into an undisputed global shipping and shipbuilding powerhouse. Today, we rank second in global shipbuilding orders and fourth in fleet capacity. Our achievement rests firmly on IMO's values of safe and sustainable oceans. The Republic of Korea has remained at the forefront of advancing these values, striving to promote shared prosperity across the international community. Distinguished delegates, looking ahead, as a Category A Council member, the Republic of Korea will faithfully serve as a bridge for mutual growth of all member states, while contributing to the full achievement of IMO's vision. To realize IMO's mission of promoting safe, secure, environmentally sound, efficient, and sustainable shipping, the Republic of Korea will continue to serve faithfully as an IMO Council member under Category A. We respectfully request the strong support of all delegations for our candidature. Thank you.
Merci. Et j'invite...
Thank you very much. Japan, please.
Thank you, President, and good morning to you all. Following your clear instruction that we fully respect, I will be short. But please allow me to add our voice to congratulate the national days of our distinguished member states and the President for your husband's birthday. Now, back in the birthday matter, Japan has been a part of the IMO since its birthday in 1958. And we have been served for the Council throughout that time. As an island country surrounded by the ocean and living with the ocean, Japan has been playing a prominent role in a variety of respects in the IMO. Japan submitted 120 documents in the current Council term, namely from 2024 to 25 up to today, to the IMO, underpinning a range of safety and environmental measures developed by the IMO. We have been serving as the chair of the subcommittee, working groups, drafting groups, and technical groups aiming for our common goal of safe and sustainable shipping. Our contribution further extends to human resource development for the future, including the scholarships by the Nippon Foundation to the World Maritime University for 38 years. Throughout its history, the IMO has consistently tackled numerous very difficult challenges, and we achieved numerous results. We are honored to be the part of such IMO's history, and towards the future, I hereby emphasize that Japan reaffirms its strong commitment to the IMO and to the future of the oceanic and maritime affairs. As a Council member of the IMO under Category A, Japan will build on all those efforts it has been making and will further enhance its contribution to the future activities of the IMO. Thank you very much.
Merci. Et j'invite à présent...
Thank you very much. United Kingdom next, please.
Madam President, Your Excellencies, Secretary-General, distinguished delegates. It is a great privilege for the United Kingdom to host the International Maritime Organization. We remain fully committed to supporting the organization's work and ensuring that every member state can participate fully. Whether you're a permanent delegate or visiting from capital, we will always strive to provide the best possible experience when visiting the UK and here in this building. The additional privilege of serving on the Council is not one the UK takes for granted. If elected, we commit to being an active and constructive council member, contributing to good governance and engaging across the full breadth of IMO's committees and subcommittees to advance the goals that we all share. The UK brings real strength to this role. We are a proud maritime nation with a long history and a global outlook. Here at the IMO, we represent not only the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, but also the Red Ensign Group, the flag registries of the Crown dependencies and overseas territories. Together, we represent almost 10,000 vessels, the 8th largest merchant fleet by tonnage. That diversity of technical expertise gives us a unique perspective when contributing to the IMO. We have played a leadership role in shaping the future of maritime regulation. For example, through our contributions to the development of the MAS Code, advancing cybersecurity standards for ports and shipping, and championing high ambition on decarbonisation through our international and domestic actions. The UK is proud to play a part in supporting the development of maritime capacity around the world, both through our bilateral action and through the IMO. Since 2023, we have contributed over £1.15 million to the IMO's International Maritime Security Trust Fund. Earlier this year, we contributed £250,000 to the IMO's GHG-TC Trust Fund and Voluntary Multi-Donor Trust Fund. At this Assembly, we are pleased to announce a further £80,000 contribution to the IMO to sponsor a female student to attend the World Maritime University and to further support the IMO's technical cooperation activities. As the UK Transport Secretary said earlier this week, our sector faces profound challenges, from the climate crisis to the rapid development of technology, all of which require our sector and our seafarers to adapt to new realities. That is why we need the IMO more than ever, to provide a platform for cooperation and coordinated action. The United Kingdom wants to be a part of that effort and working alongside all of you to deliver a safer, more secure and more sustainable maritime sector. We look forward to continuing this partnership and hope we can count on your support for our candidacy for Category A of the Council. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you. And I now call upon Italy.
Madam President, buongiorno a tutti. It is a profound honor for me to stand before you this morning to formally endorse the candidature of Italy for re-election to Category A of the IMO Council. As a founding member state of the IMO since 1957, Italy serves as a crucial geographical crossroad for economic and social interests, acting as the point where major global shipping lanes converge and where the economy of North Europe intersects with those of the southern Mediterranean shores. Our national maritime trade is responsible for 30% of imports and 26% of exports, generating cash flow of 175.6 billion and 162 billion, respectively, and ranks among the greatest investors for purchase of new ships. As a prominent maritime nation with one of the most important commercial fleets, encompassing approximately 12 million GT and supporting over 30,000 seafarers, Italy places a strong emphasis on the training and certification of its crew and ships. This focus ensures the delivery of high-quality skills that remain consistent with the rapid technology advancement. Italy pledged to contribute actively to the IMO missions to establish the necessary institutional framework for a global maritime transportation system that is genuinely green and sustainable. In this regard, Italy ranks in the white list of the Paris MOU as a testament to our commitment to enhance safety and security on maritime transport and protection of maritime environment. We are convinced that IMO remains the central platform for identifying enduring solutions to the most critical global maritime challenges. Italy has developed the so-called Mattei Plan for Africa, which is a key geopolitical tool to realize international environmental objectives, establishing a sustainable and equal partnership, including the maritime sector, which is the vital strategy axis of this vision. We will strengthen ports and corridors, investing in the ecological transition to ensure energy security and the resilience of global supply chains between Europe and Africa. Madam President, Allow me to conclude. Italy has invariably honored the responsibility, obligation, and duties inherent to Council membership, and we believe we have made substantive, positive, and fruitful contribution. However, there is still significant work ahead, which is precisely why we are once again presenting ourselves for re-election to Category A of the IMO Council. We sincerely hope that you will deem it appropriate to support Italy's continuing contribution on the Council, and we pledge to continue serving to the very best of our abilities. We are immensely proud of our membership in this organization since 1957, honored to have been entrusted with serving on the Council for nearly 70 years, and we look forward to seeing your trust renewed with today's vote. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Merci.
Thank you. And I now call upon Panama.
Señora Presidenta. Thank you very much, President. The Republic of Panama is a country whose history, whose present and future are deeply linked to the sea. Today, we are a global maritime cluster, boasting the world's largest ship registry, a competitive logistics system, and a regulatory framework that is fully aligned with the conventions and the codes of this organization. Our registry has more than 8,700 ships on it and over 238 million gross registered tons. It operates on a modern and transparent digital platform, which is backed by a century of technical expertise. Furthermore, on the 6th of August this year, it became the first registry in the world to implement more rigorous controls and also mandatory traceability for ship-to-ship hydrocarbon transfer operations on the high seas. In an effort to clean up the fleet, our administration has implemented a ship pre-assessment process, which means it will not accept for registration any oil tankers or bulk carriers which are over 15 years old. Our ports on both the Atlantic and the Pacific Oceans move more than 9.5 million TEUs per year, and the Panama Canal is an essential artery of international maritime trade. It connects more than 180 routes and facilitates the transit of more than 489 million tons, which represents nearly 6% of global maritime trade. We are an active part of key initiatives such as the Maritime Anti-Corruption Network. We also co-lead the High Ambition Coalition for a Quiet Ocean. And this week, we held the second signing ceremony to welcome new member states to that coalition. We exceeded the 30 times 30 target by protecting more than 54% of our exclusive economic zone. And furthermore, we are signatories to the WTO agreement on fisheries subsidies and the BBNJ agreement. This year, we have issued nearly 500,000 technical documents to seafarers, and we have reaffirmed gender equality in a sector that historically has been unequal. Now, 45.9% of our maritime authority staff are women. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Panama has been a member of the Council since 1979, and we stand before this Assembly to reiterate our commitment to continue working with you. We are convinced that together we can fulfill our responsibility to put policies into practice and to promote maritime excellence. And so we do hope that we can count with your support as we stand again in Category A. Thank you very much indeed.
Merci.
Thank you. And finally, Liberia has the floor.
Madam President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, honorable representatives of member states, Liberia extends its warmest greetings and profound appreciation to this Assembly. Today, we stand before you with a clear and committed message. Liberia seeks your esteemed support for re-election to the IMO Council on a Category A. As one of the world's leading maritime nations and home to one of the largest and most innovative ship registries, Liberia has consistently demonstrated its dedication to safety, security, environmental stewardship, and the advancement of a fair and efficient global maritime industry. Our record reflects a nation fully committed to the principles, conventions, and aspirations of this organization. Importantly, Liberia is the only African state in Category A, giving the entire African continent a vital voice at the highest decision-making level of the Council. Liberia's presence therefore ensures balanced global representation and that the perspectives and maritime development priorities of Africa are fully integrated into international maritime policy. Excellencies, Liberia's voice is strong, constructive, and deeply committed to the works of the IMO. With your support, we will continue contributing meaningfully to shape a safer, cleaner, and more prosperous maritime future for all. We respectfully request your vote and your confidence, and we shall remain your committed partner in advancing global maritime to greater heights. Together, let us navigate towards a sustainable and united maritime world. We are Liberia, the flag the oceans and sea knows. Thank you, Madam President.
Merci.
Thank you. So now we have heard the 11 countries under Category A. Now I would like to ask the Secretariat to prepare and distribute the voting papers.
Le nombre de votes.
The number of votes, as you see on the bulletin, should not exceed 10. Any changes made to the voting paper will render it invalid. Your voting means that you will fill it out completely using the felt tip pen provided by the Secretariat. The small rectangle to the right of the name of the candidate for which the vote is cast. Delegations wishing to abstain should cast a blank ballot into the ballot box. If a delegation makes a mistake when filling in the voting paper, it must request a replacement voting paper, in which case the delegation concerned should bring the spoiled voting paper to me, and I will exchange it for a new one. I hope that now, in spite of the noise which is beginning in the room, everybody heard me. I will now allow some time for completion of the voting paper.
Bien. Distingués.
Right. Distinguished delegates, would you please go back?
It's my delegation. It's my delegation name. I just checked. 670.
Autre annonce importante.
Another important announcement. We have a hotel card, a hotel room card. The Park Plaza Hotel, 1036, room 1036 at the Park Plaza Hotel. Right, now let's get down to serious business. The result of the votes, which will be announced by our Secretary General. Thank you, you have the floor.
Gracias.
Thank you very much, Madam President. So the candidates have received the following number of votes. China, 155 votes. Greece, 153 votes. Italy, 155 votes. Japan, 150 votes. Liberia, 141 votes. Norway, 143 votes. Panama, 148 votes. Republic of Korea, 154 votes. United Kingdom, 153 votes. United States, 147 votes. Russian Federation, 87 votes. 87 for Russian Federation. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Merci, Monsieur le Secrétaire.
I thank the Secretary General. I therefore declare that the 10 members elected under paragraph A of Article 17 are, in English alphabetical order, China, Greece, Italy, Japan, Liberia, Norway, Panama, Republic of Korea, UK, and USA. We now will move on to the election of 10 members under paragraph B of Article 17. These are the states with the largest interest in international seaborne trade. So I would like to start by inviting those countries which are presenting their candidacy so that they could make their statements to introduce themselves. And we would appreciate that you make as brief a statement as possible, about 3 minutes each. Now, please ask for the floor if you would like to make a statement. So the Netherlands has the floor.
Mr. President, Secretary General, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, the Kingdom of the Netherlands is honored to address this Assembly as a founding member of the IMO and a near permanent member of its Council since 1959. And today we respectfully present our candidature for re-election in Category B for the 2026-2027 biennium. Our credentials are rooted in geography and history. Situated along the North Sea and home to Europe's largest ports complex, the Netherlands has enduring strategic interest in safe, secure and sustainable shipping. A modern fleet, highly skilled seafarers and a leading maritime cluster compel us to pursue the highest standards in everything the IMO stands for. We consistently advocate ambitious yet practical regulation, whether on maritime safety, security, or the decisive reduction of greenhouse gas emissions from ships. Uniquely, the Kingdom unites the European Netherlands with 3 Caribbean countries, Aruba, Curaçao and Sint Maarten, all recognized as small island developing states SIDS. We therefore speak with credibility for both major shipping nations and the most vulnerable climate-vulnerable states. In the Council we have always acted as a pragmatic bridge builders, turning shared challenges into effective global regulations through partnership and consensus. Madam President, the Council benefits from members who combine deep maritime expertise with the ability to listen, to mediate and to deliver. We believe the Kingdom of the Netherlands continues to meet that profile. We therefore kindly request the support of the IMO member states for a re-election in Category B, so that we may continue to contribute to the vital work of this organisation with the same commitment and energy we have shown for decades. I thank you for your consideration.
Merci et j'invite à présent.
Thank you. And I now call upon the United Arab Emirates.
شكرا السيد الرئيس.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning, everyone. It is my great pleasure to present the candidacy of the UAE on the re-election for IMO Council under Category B for the term 2026-2027. Being a maritime nation, the United Arab Emirates has developed an inclusive approach of being a flag state, port state, and a coastal state that enables us to address wider maritime issues in a comprehensive, well-balanced, and integrated manner to contribute to the international maritime community within the IMO framework. The UAE, being a member of IMO Council, has committed itself to strengthening and promoting the implementation of conventions, protocols, and standards developed by IMO in collaboration with all member states. Distinguished delegates, the Council membership is both a privilege and a heavy responsibility. The journey ahead for the maritime sector is not without its uncertainties and challenges, but it is also clear that it holds the promise of new and interesting opportunities. UAE always believes in the power of collective action when we stand united together. And together is the key for success. And therefore, this year, the theme for UAE maritime sector is Together towards a safer shipping in sustainable oceans. Together with all member states, together with all the maritime industry stakeholders, and of course, together with the Secretariat, which we are very thankful and grateful for due to their dedication and unwavering support. And in conclusion, distinguished delegates, we commit to continue to invest maximum effort and resources to assisting the IMO to achieve its vision, mission, and objectives. And therefore, we would be deeply honored to seek your kind and valuable support for UAE's candidature. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank the Emirates and give the floor to France.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, Secretary General, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, delegates, we're following your instructions, Madam President, and will be brief. Our campaign for the council elections of the IMO for the biennium 2026-2027 was right up until the very last moment, intense, demanding, and I would say very energizing. Thanks to the generosity of those delegations who have offered us such generous hospitality. We carried out this campaign marked by being present, being available, regular dialogue in a spirit of mutual trust, just as we have done in the different bodies and parts of this organization over the last 2 years. France would like to offer its most sincere gratitude to all member states at this assembly, which have shown their confidence in us. France commits to continue here at the IMO its commitment to protecting marine ecosystems and also maritime safety and security. Thank you, Madam.
Merci et j'invite à présent le Brésil.
UAE, we've done. On a bossé.
What is Spain?
Spain has sent or has not sent? No. Oh. Playing its cards close to its chest. Huh? So sorry, Brazil. I think perhaps there's some interpretation that isn't coming through.
A tradução para quê? Não estava pronto.
Pardon, vous pouvez reprendre. Merci. Oui, that's fine.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Bom dia. It's a great honor to address you today and to present Brazil's candidacy under Category B of the IMO Council for the 2026-2027 term. As a long-standing member of the IMO Council, Brazil remains committed to promote the organization work guided by the firm belief that cooperation and multilateral dialogue are the key to achieving consensus and shared progress. In this respect, I would like to take this opportunity to emphasize Brazil's commitment to promoting gender equality, advancing professional education, protecting the environment, and enhancing maritime safety and security, issues that are of great importance to us. Brazil would be honored to have your support in the upcoming council elections so that together we can build upon our efforts in the maritime community, ensuring continuity, balanced representation, and effective practical solutions in global maritime governance. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Muito obrigada.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to Spain.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Don't worry, interpreters, we haven't sent you anything because we're going to be very brief. We'd just like to talk about the role that Spain has played and the values of our candidacy for the Council. I think all of these are very well known by delegations, so we do hope that we will be able to count on the support of the Assembly to be elected under Category B, and we promise to carry on working to the benefit of the entire organisation. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you from the interpreters.
Thank you very much. I now give the floor to India.
Madam President, Secretary General, distinguished delegates from member states, ladies and gentlemen, greetings from India. India represents one of the world's largest and most deeply rooted seafaring communities. When India speaks at the IMO, the lived voices of hundreds of thousands of officers, ratings, cadets, and women seafarers are heard. This is our identity and our maritime priority. India, therefore, seeks re-election to the Council as a steadfast custodian of the human element in global shipping, as well as safe and secure maritime trade. India's maritime identity is anchored in a history dating back thousands of years. The National Maritime Heritage Complex at Lothal, adjacent to one of the world's earliest dockyards, is a reminder that India has always been a maritime civilization. Friends, the evolving priorities before this organization, whether autonomous navigation, the next generation of STCW, decarbonization pathways, cyber risks, or emerging fuel safety, ultimately converge on the safety, dignity, and future of the seafarers. India has placed this principle at the center of its national policies. India's maritime governance today is aligned with transparent, compliance-based, and environmentally responsible ocean regulation, anchored firmly in the blueprint of Maritime India Vision 2030 and Amritkal Vision 2047, were national maritime policies which are shaping a modern, digital, and sustainable maritime ecosystem, ensuring that India's commitments at the IMO are backed by demonstrated national capabilities. We have demonstrated our commitment to maritime safety at sea time again and again. In the past years, India responded to hazardous cargo incidents on foreign flag vessels to safeguard crew and marine environment through our Coast Guard and the Indian Navy's operations in the Gulf of Aden. Madam President, it is an honor to inform this August gathering that India has modernized its legal framework to bring it in full alignment with IMO and ILO conventions. Our new Merchant Shipping Act 2025 integrates key IMO instruments, reaffirming our commitment to global standards. India will shortly proceed with accession to the Ballast Water Management Convention and the Bunker Convention. India's technological advancements from our indigenous navigation system, recognized under worldwide radio navigation, to our 24/7 LRIT data center, reinforce global maritime safety and resilience. Madam President and distinguished delegates, India reaffirms its faith in the multilateral spirit of IMO and firmly believe that India's strategic location, with more than 11,000 kilometers of coastline, its vast global seafaring presence, its expanding tonnage, high-value shipbuilding, will make it a reliable and forward-looking partner for this organization. India, therefore, seeks re-election to the IMO Council under Category B for the biennium 2026-2027. India kindly solicits support from member states for its re-election to the Council. A vote for India is a vote for the human element at sea. Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, delegates. Thank you.
Merci.
I thank the delegation of India and now call upon Sweden.
Madam Chair, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for giving me the opportunity to address you all today. For Sweden, being represented in the IMO Council is not just a symbolic matter. It is a priority rooted in our commitment to IMO's objectives of a safe, sustainable, and forward-looking maritime industry. If we receive the trust of being re-elected to the IMO Council, Sweden has three main objectives that we are particularly committed to and will continue to focus on within the Council. The first objective, of course, is the World Maritime University, located in Malmö, the far south of Sweden. And throughout this week, we have had the pleasure to meet so many of you who once walked the halls of WMU. Hearing your stories and seeing the important roles you now hold is truly inspiring. It is a powerful reminder of how essential the university is in nurturing the next generation of maritime leaders and policymakers. Through our financial support and the provision of premises, Sweden is honored to contribute to this shared journey. The spirit of collaboration that defines both the IMO and the WMU is something Sweden will always work to protect and maintain. That brings us to our second objective, which is our commitment to good governance, including transparency, efficiency, and inclusiveness. These principles are close to our heart and essential to safeguard if we are to develop balanced international regulations that take into consideration and acknowledge the needs and voices of all member states and make sure no state is left behind. Finally, Sweden's third objective, if re-elected, is to support a forward-looking shipping sector that embraces innovation, digital transformation, and advancing sustainability and equality. This is a development we care deeply about, and we are committed to promote together with all of you. So to conclude, WMU, good governance, and the continued development of the shipping sectors are our main objectives. We would be honored to receive your trust to serve another mandate in the IMO Council. Thank you, Mr. President.
Merci, et j'invite à présent.
Thank you very much. Canada next, please.
Ministers, High Commissioners and Ambassadors, Secretary General Dominguez, permanent representatives to the International Maritime Organization, distinguished delegates and observers. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to highlight Canada's candidacy to Category B of the IMO Council for the 26-27 term. And unlike the length of the upcoming Canadian winter, I will keep my remarks brief. Canada believes in the IMO as a forum where member states from around the world work together to promote global prosperity and well-being through maritime trade. We remain firmly committed to the success of the IMO in enhancing the safety and security of international shipping, protecting the marine environment, and creating conditions for sustainable development worldwide. As a Council member, Canada has worked closely with other members to improve transparency, efficiency, and representation within the IMO. For example, we championed the inclusion of hybrid meeting capabilities in rules of procedure and methods of work. This change ensures that member states and observers can fully participate, whether in person or remotely. But the IMO is more than just the Council. Canada engages productively across communities, subcommunities, working groups, and correspondence groups to uphold the safety of shipping and seafarers and to address pollution by ships. Canada has taken on leadership and chair roles at IMO with pride and expertise, including on the Working Group on Marine Biosafety, the Ballast Water Review Group, and Legal Committee, to name but a few. We participate in all IMO activities with an approach that fosters collaboration and consensus building, reflects our commitment to a rules-based international system, and is rooted in our genuine desire to keep strengthening multilateral cooperation. IMO discussions are at their best when diverse experiences and voices are heard and inform decision-making. This is why Canada has ratified the amendments to the IMO Convention that will increase geographic representation on Council. Past, present, and future, through its actions at the IMO, Canada enshrines the principles it holds dear, including active listening, positive engagement, inclusivity, and multilingualism. In the spirit of that, excuse me, I will conclude my remarks in French. À l'avenir,
in the future, Canada will continue to work with the IMO and with the member states in priority areas such as the welfare of seafarers and the security of maritime transport. Furthermore, focusing on its own strengths, Canada will make progress in work aimed at increasing the participation of women in the maritime sector, protecting the environment, and strengthening cooperation in the Arctic region and in polar regions. Canada hopes that its re-election to the Council will allow it to continue with its leadership within the IMO and to bolster links with the international community. Now, in Canada, water isn't navigable all the year round, and you certainly can't swim all the year round. That's a seasonal luxury, but we do hope that despite that, you will support our candidacy in this vote for the Council. Thank you very much indeed.
Merci, et j'invite à présent l'Allemagne.
Thank you very much. Germany next, please.
Can you ask for the floor again, because it's...
Thank you, Madam President. So I start again. Excellencies, honorable ministers, and distinguished delegates. Thanks to a broad international support, Germany has been an active IMO Council member continuously since 1959. During this time, Germany has made a significant contribution to developing and implementing the objectives of the organization and to the international maritime sector in general. In order to continue its successful work, Germany is once again standing for re-election to the IMO Council in the group of the countries with the greatest interest in international seaborne trade. Germany is one of the world's most important trading nations. The German fleet is the 7th largest in the world, and 2/3 of Germany's external trade goes by sea. Hamburg and Bremerhaven are among Europe's largest container ports. Germany's maritime industry includes world-leading shipping companies, a strong shipbuilding and component supply industry, and an efficient ports and logistics sector. As a flag state, logistics hubs, and export nation, Germany has always attached particular importance to the functioning of global maritime shipping in compliance with internationally applicable safety and environmental standards. Only in this way, vital transport chains can be safeguarded on an equal competitive basis. Together, we have already achieved a lot, but the work of the Council and IMO in shaping the future of the maritime sector is more important than ever. This is why we would promote the following objectives if we were re-elected to the IMO Council. Overall, we want to further strengthen the role of the Council as a political steering body. We would strongly support the continuation of the organizational reform and the introduction of effective working methods. They should be based on the principles of transparent decision-making and openness vis-à-vis the interests of all IMO members. To ensure IMO is able to realize all its tasks and objectives in a targeted manner, Germany advocates efficient resource management within IMO and the use of new steering instruments to boost efficiency. Our goal is to promote forward-thinking, sustainable, safe, secure and environmentally friendly maritime shipping. Thank you.
Merci et j'invite à présent l'Argentine.
Thank you. Argentina next, please. Thank you very much, President. Distinguished delegates, it is an honour for me to address you on behalf of the Republic of Argentina to present our candidacy to the IMO Council in Category B. Argentina is a country with a well-known maritime tradition. More than 87% of our external trade is carried by sea, and we have an extensive network of ports and navigable waterways of strategic importance for the entire region. Our track record, as I mentioned when I spoke earlier, reflects our decades of continued commitment to this organisation. We are a coast state, a flag state and a port state, and we actively work to apply and comply with the IMO instruments. This is also reflected in our active participation in the different areas and different agendas of the bodies of the IMO. As is well known, safety of navigation and the protection of life at sea are key priorities for my country, which we always promote in the work of the IMO. Internally, Argentina has modernised its national navigation framework for our seas, rivers and lakes, improving safety, reducing costs and making operations more efficient. Furthermore, we have a modern VTS system fully aligned with the IMO SIP for e-navigation. And this has led to real reductions in the number of incidents. We have also made progress in protecting the marine environment. We have protected marine areas and we are active participants in glow litter and glow noise. Furthermore, we are strengthening our training of seafarers for ourselves and for other countries as well. As a country with a presence in Antarctica, we make a unique contribution when it comes to polar navigation and development of standards in this area. We are also responsible for providing SAR services for an area of more than 14 million kilometres in the South Atlantic. Delegates, we are presenting our candidacy with a firm conviction and a commitment to contribute more and better to safer navigation that is sustainable and efficient. But furthermore, we believe that supporting our candidacy for Council will allow us to have a more balanced geographic spread in the Council, and it'll mean that developing countries' voices are also heard. Thank you very much indeed, and we do hope we can count on your support.
Merci, et j'appelle enfin l'Australie.
Thank you, and finally Australia, please.
Madam President, Secretary-General, distinguished delegates. Every day, thousands of ships traverse the vast oceans that surround our island continent, carrying over 99% of our trade, connecting us to global markets and safeguarding livelihoods. For Australia, the sea is not just a pathway, it is our lifeblood. It is in this spirit that Australia, a founding member of the IMO, presents its candidacy for re-election in Category B of the IMO Council for the 26-27 biennium. Australia actively advances global maritime cooperation. We are members of the Tokyo and Indian Ocean MOUs on port state control and serve as the Secretariat to the Asia-Pacific Heads of Maritime Safety Agencies Forum. Our maritime sector is central to our prosperity and our identity. We are the world's largest bulk commodities exporter and home to the largest bulk export port. 85% of our population live along a 60,000-kilometre coastline. Our island continent is bordered by the Pacific, Indian and Southern Oceans. We oversee a search and rescue region covering over 10% of the Earth's surface. Our robust technical cooperation program delivers training and expertise in port state control, search and rescue, cargo safety, pollution response and implementation of IMO instruments, especially supporting small island developing states and least developed countries. As the only current Council member and the sole candidate from the Pacific, Australia offers vital regional representation. We strongly support the IMO's Regional Presence Office in Fiji and remain committed to its success. Madam President, honourable delegates, Australia respectfully seeks your support of our candidacy for re-election in Category B. Thank you.
Merci.
Thank you very much. That means that we have heard from the 11 candidates for Category B. And before we move on to the voting itself, I'd just like to ask if any other countries wish to present their candidacies. If not, I will ask the Secretariat to please distribute and prepare the voting ballots. Thank you.
Et je voudrais inviter le secrétaire général à intervenir à ce stade.
And I will give the floor to the Secretary General. Thank you very much, President. Thank you, President. Just very briefly, I want to apologise to all delegations. It's a rookie mistake in my first assembly as Secretary General. There's information that I didn't give you when I gave you the results for the elections in Category A, and that is the number of votes. 179 votes. 69, I beg your pardon. 169 votes. There were no invalid votes, no abstentions, and the required majority was 85. The results stay the same, and I do apologise. And hopefully I won't do it in the next round. Thank you.
Bon, je remercie le secrétaire.
Thank you very much, Secretary General. And let me remind you all that the number of votes on your voting ballot cannot be more than 10. So if anybody votes for more than 10 delegations, that will be null and void. If you want to abstain, then it has to be a blank voting paper that goes into the ballot box.
Welcome back. Regagnez vos places.
Please take your seats. I'm going to give the floor to the Secretary General to announce the results.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Madam President. And the results are as follows. A number of votes 169. Invalid ballots 0. Abstentions 0. Required majority 85 votes. Australia 134. Brazil 145. Canada 135. France 143. Germany 146. India 154. Netherlands 141. Spain 148. Sweden 143. United Arab Emirates 148. Argentina 125. Thank you.
Je remercie Monsieur le...
Thank you, Secretary General.
Je prie l'Assemblée.
I ask the Assembly to remain silent. So the 10 candidates elected under Category B in the alphabetical order in English: Australia, Brazil, Canada, France, Germany, India, Netherlands, Sweden, Spain, and the United Arab Emirates. Congratulations to you. And after that long period of work, we're going to have a break for an hour and a half. So we'll be back at 2:45. Okay? Thank you. Enjoy your lunch.
J'aime beaucoup cette cloche alors.
I really like the bell. I'm taking advantage of it.
Nous reprenons la séance.
We'll get back down to work. I have been informed that we've received credentials for 2 other states, so I'd now like to give the floor to the chair of the Credentials Committee to provide a report on this.
S'il peut m'en demander la parole.
If you could ask for the floor.
Thank you. شكرا لك السيدة الرئيسة.
Thank you, Chair. President, sorry. 2 additional letters of credentials have been received today from the delegations of Equatorial Guinea and North Macedonia. And they were both found to be following our examination in due and proper form. Therefore, the Assembly is recommended to accept these credentials from Equatorial Guinea and North Macedonia. Thank you, President.
Je remercie le président.
I thank the chair of the Credentials Committee for the information. Please, could you take the floor again, and we'll put you back in the right place as a candidate for Category C. So we can proceed. May I take it that the Assembly approves the recommendation on the credentials submitted by Equatorial Guinea and North Macedonia, as presented just now by the Chair of the Credentials Committee? If there is no objection, it is so decided. So with the inclusion of these 2 countries, 171 member states will be eligible to vote under paragraph C of Article 17.
J'invite donc à présent l'Assemblée à élire au Conseil.
I now invite the Assembly to elect to the Council 20 states not elected under paragraphs A or B of Article 17, which have special interests in maritime transport or navigation, and whose election to the Council will ensure the representation of all major geographical areas of the world as provided in paragraph C of Article 17 of the IMO Convention.
J'invite tout d'abord les pays qui présentent leur candidature.
I first invite any candidates under this category
Souhaitent des déclarations
who wish to do so to make statements in connection with their candidature. It would be greatly appreciated if statements were as short as possible, not exceeding 3 minutes each, if possible.
À prendre la parole.
أبدأ. السيد الرئيس، أصحاب المعالي
Madam President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to address this distinguished assembly on behalf of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Allow me first to express our appreciation for the International Maritime Organization's leadership in enhancing the safety and security of global navigation and advancing the sustainability of the maritime transport sector. We extend our sincere thanks to the President and the Secretariat for their dedicated efforts in ensuring the success of this session. Throughout its membership term, the Kingdom has reaffirmed its strong commitment to the organisation through active contributions that strengthen its programme, guided by our belief that the IMO's strength lies in its ability to unite nations around a shared purpose that supports the future of the global maritime industry. Human capital and maritime education are among the Kingdom's highest priorities. The Kingdom's commitment has also extended beyond its borders through the Next Wave Seafarers projected, and we are delighted to announce the launch of Phase 2 of this global capacity building initiative. the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia has advanced IMO programs by supporting 5 major initiatives: IMO Cares, Glow Noise, to protect underwater sea life, Glow Litter, which limits plastic litter, and Glow Fouling, and the Caribbean digitalization project Carib Smart. This support also includes funding research at the World Maritime University on abandonment cases and supporting research fellowships at IMLI to build legal capacity in developing countries. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia is implementing a maritime program, Folk Maritime, which provides us with an opportunity to undertake work in this area. We have worked at the capacity building of our national fleet with a 30% growth in the national fleet, which we now exceed 11 million tonnes, which places the Kingdom among the top 20 fleets worldwide. The Kingdom is also working to enhance its global connectivity, achieving 245 points in the latest UNCTAD report, with routes establishing to 120 destinations with various countries around the world. Additionally, the Kingdom operates more than 13 major ports with a total capacity exceeding 1.1 billion tonnes, further strengthening our position. Furthermore, the Kingdom is building the world's largest green hydrogen facility, producing over 1 million tonnes of green ammonia annually, and advancing environmental initiatives, contributing directly to the environmental protection and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. We ask for your support for re-election to the IMO Council under Category C for the 2026 to 2027 term, to continue supporting the organisation and working with all member states towards a safer, more sustainable and more inclusive maritime future. May God be with you. Qatar, you have the floor.
السيد الرئيس، أصحاب السعادة، الحضور الكرام.
Madam President, Your Excellencies, distinguished attendees, peace, mercy and blessings of God upon you. It's my pleasure at the beginning of my speech to express my deep appreciation and sincere thanks to the IMO for everything done, as well as protection of the marine environment. And Qatar has made significant contributions to the maritime safety and security. Ladies and gentlemen, the state of Qatar has developed the maritime sector. It's a central pillar of our development journey. We have today an integrated maritime system based on key areas, namely accession to international maritime conventions and their proper implementation, quality standards with regard to the services we offer. We also have developed maritime safety regulations which are well developed. We have worked hard to enhance the competence of seafarers and have aligned our national training and qualification programs with IMO standards, and particularly in keeping with the STCW Convention, in order to train our national personnel to the highest global standards. Qatar has continued to harmonise its maritime transport policies and legislation in line with international principles concerned with the safety of life at sea, protection of the marine environment, and maritime security. We have also undertaken several strategic projects to support sustainability in the sector and to encourage investment and trade. We have established traffic separation schemes to ensure maritime safety. We've modernized and surveyed and updated nautical charts. We've opened new maritime routes which connect Qatar with many countries around the world and implemented initiatives to contribute to economic and investment development. We reaffirm our continued commitment to a cooperation with member states and partners to achieve the objectives of the IMO and will continue to work tirelessly to support the organization's progress and maintain the trust of the maritime community, especially as we seek your support for re-election to the IMO Council. May God's blessing be with you.
Thank you, Qatar. I now give the floor to the Philippines.
Thank you, Madam President. Excellencies, the Philippines stands before you today with pride, purpose, and partnership in its heart to renew our candidature to the International Maritime Organization Council under Category C for the biennium 2026-27. As we seek a seat on the Council, we renew our unwavering commitment to ensure that the seas that connect us must be seas of safety, sustainability, and shared growth, prosperity, and a better life for those who sail them. For decades, the Philippines lies at the heart of the global maritime industry, representing approximately 25% of the global maritime workforce, the largest nationality serving the international merchant fleet. 1 in every 5 seafarers in the world is Filipino. They are vital constituents of international shipping, keeping trade dynamic, ports operating, and economies afloat in the most turbulent times. Their skill, discipline, and resilience are a testament to our maritime heritage shared by us all. Our commitment goes beyond manpower. As a proud member of the IMO since 1964, the IMO Council since 1997, the Philippines continues to champion maritime safety, maritime security, marine research and rescue, and marine environment protection. We have strengthened our maritime education and training systems, advanced our sustainable port development, and aligned our domestic policies with the IMO's marine environment protection. As an archipelagic nation and a responsible maritime partner, we bring to the Council a perspective grounded in experience, shaped by vulnerability, and driven by hope. We live the realities of the sea every day. We understand that protecting maritime routes is not just about securing trade, but about safeguarding people, ecosystems, and the prospect of inclusive growth. If entrusted once again with your confidence, the Philippines pledges to advance and promote the human rights, safety, and well-being of seafarers as enshrined in the Manila Declaration of September 2025, respect for navigational rights, and just transition in a changing maritime landscape. Support innovation and cooperation in achieving the IMO's environmentally sound maritime shipping, and uphold its mandate for safe, secure, and sustainable shipping aligned to international law, especially UNCLOS, and promote a genuinely inclusive and equitably global maritime community where every voice, loud or soft, coastal or landlocked, is heard and its contributions valued. Excellencies, the Philippines offers not only its membership to the Council, but its vision of a maritime world safer, more sustainable, and more equitable for all, anchored in steadfast commitment to multilateralism. With humility and resolve, we ask for your continued trust and support for the Philippine candidature to the IMO Council Category C for 2026-2027. Thank you.
Thank you, Philippines. I now give the floor to Singapore.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, shipping is the backbone of global trade and connectivity. As a maritime nation, Singapore is committed to advancing safe, efficient, sustainable, and inclusive shipping. Singapore has been an active and consistent contributor to the IMO community. We are honored to helm several leadership positions, such as the Vice Chair of the Marine Environment Protection Committee and the Chair of 4 working groups at the IMO Council, committees, and subcommittees. Singapore works closely with the IMO and fellow member states in many key areas. This includes maritime safety and security, decarbonization, digitalization, and manpower development. We will continue to advocate for a just and inclusive vision for the maritime sector by offering pragmatic and innovative solutions to challenges that face international shipping. Singapore also firmly believes in the importance of supporting member states in their capacity building efforts through the Singapore IMO Third Country Training Program and our Maritime and Port Authority Academy's leadership programs. Madam President, Council membership is both a privilege and a responsibility. Singapore is wholly committed to fulfilling its responsibilities as a Council member, and Singapore would appreciate the continued support of fellow member states, and if re-elected to the Council, we will do our very best to serve the IMO, its member states, and the industry. Thank you.
Je remercie Singapour.
Thank you, Singapore. And I now call on Morocco.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, President.
Sayyid Rais. Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates, it is my honor and pleasure to present to you the Kingdom of Morocco's candidacy for re-election to the Council in Category C of the IMO. Morocco, located at the crossroads of the Mediterranean Sea and the Atlantic Ocean, is a maritime country by excellence thanks to its unique geographic location. This pivotal location, where the most important maritime routes in northwestern Africa and the world's busiest strait, the Strait of Gibraltar, intersect, it is both a great opportunity and a heavy responsibility. Fully aware of the magnitude of responsibility, the Kingdom takes it very seriously and shoulders it with dedication under the wise leadership of His Majesty King Mohammed VI, may God assist him, and continues to make valuable contributions to the maritime community at the regional and international levels. Since joining the IMO in 1962, and being elected to the Council in 2009, the Kingdom of Morocco has been keen to fully comply with its obligations under the various conventions and protocols adopted by the organization, while ensuring their effective implementation. Morocco also participates actively in the various bodies of the organization and cooperates closely with member states in advancing key issues, foremost among which are carbon emission reductions, digitalization, and technical cooperation. In addition to holding the position of Vice Chair of the IMO Council, Morocco continues to play a committed role through its constructive participation in the work of the General Assembly, the Council, and the main technical committees, subcommittees, and relevant working groups. It chairs 3 working groups and has been elected Vice President of the General Assembly for this session. If the Kingdom is re-elected to the Council in Category C, it will remain determined to support the organization's objectives and work alongside all member states to promote multilingualism, consolidate equitable regional representation, and strengthen capacity building programs. The Kingdom will also continue to submit constructive proposals to the IMO Council aimed at improving the working methods of the Council and the organization's bodies, making them more effective in implementing their strategic directions and responding to emerging challenges. In conclusion, it would be a source of pride and honor to the Kingdom to continue contributing to the joint efforts of member states and to once again earn your trust and support for its re-election to the Council. Thank you for your attention and thank you.
Je remercie le Maroc.
Thank you, Morocco. And we turn now to Bangladesh.
Thank you very much. Madam President, Honorable Secretary General, distinguished delegates, friends at the sea, greetings from Bangladesh and from the people at the heart of Bay of Bengal, which overlooks Indian Ocean and very near to busiest strait, that is Malacca Strait. Greetings also from Dr. Muhammad Yunus, Nobel laureate, who propagated 3-0, in which zero emission is very prominent. And we in Bangladesh, we are working on it. Very recently, we bought all new ships which are dual fuel. That means that any time we can change when it is applicable. Was one of the South Asia's fastest growing economics and key regional trade hub, our expanding and global maritime commerce aligns closely with the IMO's vision of safe, secure, and sustainable maritime future. Our strongest case in the Category C membership, which we are seeking re-election, is the significant contribution to the global ship recycling capacity. We are now considered to be #1 in the world. With our accession to the Hong Kong Convention, Bangladesh has delivered the final essential pillar of safe, environmentally sound ship recycling, completing the vessel life cycle framework in the industry that has awaited for decades. If we are re-elected, we will champion safe and green ship recycling as the central global mechanism for circulatory and decarbonization efforts. As I've already said, our mission is zero emission. We will work with all the member states, as we did, to embed these principles in future IMO and ship recycling industry policies as GHG policies supported by capacity building, technology transfer, and motivate financing to ensure just transition for all. Every stage of vessel's life must contribute to the protection of our oceans in our planet. Mr. President, Madam President, we have offered 10 scholarships to SEEDS and the African LDCs countries. We are open. Our session starts in January. I openly invite all these countries to participate, send their cadets for training absolutely free on scholarship. Bangladesh stands ready to serve as the state-first voice for LDCs, remote developing countries, SEEDS, ensuring their unique needs shape and counsel decisions. We also commit to the advancing 3 pillars essential to the thriving maritime sector. First, safeguarding, empowering our global maritime workforce, including over 21,000 Bangladeshi seafarers, through fair employment and enhancing safety. Second, promoting the full integration of women in maritime, expanding leadership and training opportunities. Third, advancing the highest standards of maritime safety, security, and environmental stewardship. Madam President, our national ethos is resilient Bangladesh, defines who we are year after year, and rise the stronger from the natural adversity. The resilience of our unwavering commitment to shared progress is the strength we offer to IMO Council. With your vote, your trust, your friendship, Bangladesh will tirelessly work so that every ship sails safely, every seafarer sails proudly, and every ocean breathes freely. Support Bangladesh in Category C in re-election. Lastly, we are considering on Secretary General's call to contribute to IMO for refurbishing the seats. When I go back, I will definitely get it sanctioned from the government. Thank you very much. Thank you once again.
Je remercie le Bangladesh.
Thank you, Bangladesh. The timekeeper doesn't seem to be working any longer, but I ask all speakers to stick to the 3-minute time because we have a long list of speakers, and I'll now call on Cyprus.
Thank you, Madam President, Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. Cyprus is a small island located in the eastern Mediterranean at the crossroads of 3 major continents with a long maritime tradition. Cyprus is currently one of the world's largest and leading ship management centers. Its maritime transport industry provides employment to tens of thousands of seafarers from across the world under conditions that fully comply with the relevant IMO and ILO treaties. Cyprus, being a council member of IMO since 1987, has and will continue to participate actively in the work of IMO organs to ensure a safe, secure, environmentally sound, efficient, and sustainable shipping industry. Throughout the years, many Cypriot experts have been employees of the IMO. Lately, a Cypriot has been elected as Vice President of the Legal Committee. Cyprus will continue to participate in the work of the organization with the same zeal and commitment. Our industry, ladies and gentlemen, is global, and so are the challenges. The challenges that lie ahead require cooperation, understanding between the IMO membership, and the ability to respond effectively to the needs of the maritime industry and of the seafarers. We must continue to work in a cooperative and collaborative spirit within IMO, our global maritime organization. The IMO, as the international regulator on safety, security, and environmental protection issues, needs to take into consideration the increasing interests of all stakeholders when reaching decisions. Cyprus will continue to facilitate progress in IMO's work by promoting greater understanding and tolerance. It is our duty to deliver to the next generation a resilient and environmentally friendly industry. We need to incentivize the new generation to join our exciting sector with passion, and we also need to understand and cater for the needs of all SIDS and LDCs so that no country is left behind in trying to safeguard our planet. We will be an active player to achieve this goal. Cyprus has once again submitted for consideration by the Assembly its candidacy for re-election as a member of the Council in Category C. Because of its long-standing membership in the Council, Cyprus has the knowledge, experience, and capacity to continue to make meaningful contributions to the work of the Council. Cyprus will be greatly honored if the Assembly renews its trust in Cyprus by re-electing it to the Council. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie.
Thank you, Cyprus. And I turn now to Oman.
سعادة السيدة الرئيسة، سعادة الأمين العام، أصحاب المعالي.
Your Excellencies, the Secretary General, Madam President, good day. I would like to express my gratitude to all member states that participated in the dinner hosted by the Sultan of Oman on Wednesday evening. And I thank all friends who welcomed us at their other events during this week of the General Assembly meetings. Such moments of camaraderie reflect the spirit of unity and interconnectedness in our maritime community. Ladies and gentlemen, throughout history, the Sultanate of Oman's journey has been linked to the sea, from the ancient trade routes that connected us to the world to our modern ports in Suhar, Duqm, and Salalah. Our maritime heritage continues to evolve with a clear vision based on building a more sustainable, safer, and more resilient maritime transport sector. Over the past years, the Sultanate of Oman has invested and continues to invest in a more sustainable future, from its commitments to green energy corridors to the development of clean fuel infrastructure such as LNG and green methanol, and also recycling of ships. This is driven by our ongoing commitment to align our efforts with the international IMO goals to reduce carbon emissions. The Sultanate of Oman has made great progress in protecting the lives at sea and underwater life by complying with IMO standards and designating highly sensitive areas to protect cetaceans. The Sultan of Oman also committed to supporting member states in various fields. We play an important role in the development of the blue economy. Today, women in Oman have various jobs: engineers, sailors, teachers, etc. And the Sultan of Oman also celebrates the International Women's Day in the maritime sector. Through funding projects such as the Caribbean Carib Smart Initiative, we are working with small island developing states in the Caribbean to develop a regional maritime strategy. Also, we play an important role in regulating ship traffic and ensuring maritime security in the region through the Strait of Hormuz, one of the most important and busy maritime routes in the world. A large part of global energy passes through it. The Sultanate of Oman will continue to play its role as a constructive and reliable partner, building bridges of peace, connecting East and West, and promoting the safety and sustainability of maritime transport. We will continue to offer our technical expertise, balanced diplomacy, and firm belief that safe and sustainable transport is a shared responsibility for all humanity. That is why the Sultanate of Oman led the release of the Galaxy Leader and its 25 crew members from the Philippines, Mexico, Romania, because of our belief in the importance of protecting lives and our commitment to the principles of peace. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this is Oman, a country of peace, cooperation, and sustainability. If the Sultanate of Oman gains your trust as a Category C member of the Council, we will act with a balanced voice and a forward-looking vision that upholds the values of shared responsibility, enhances opportunities of cooperation with other member states, and contributes to the achievement of the organization's goals for a safer and more sustainable maritime future. Thank you all for your trust, cooperation, and partnership in sailing together towards a more sustainable, safer, more resilient maritime future. Thank you all for your attention.
Thank you very much to the Sultanate of Oman, and we turn now to South Africa.
Madam President, Secretary General, and distinguished delegates, on behalf of the Republic of South Africa, I bring warm greetings from the southern tip of our continent, a place where oceans meet, where continents connect, and where the spirit of Ubuntu reminds us that we rise by lifting others. We thank all member states for the opportunity to address you as we stand once again before this august assembly, hopeful, determined, and ready. South Africa presents its candidature under Category C with humility, but also with a deep sense of responsibility and obligation. Having sought election on 2 previous occasions, this moment is profoundly significant for us. It reaffirms our unwavering belief in the multilateral maritime family and our conviction that Africa must take its rightful place at the helm of global maritime governance. As an active and fully engaged member state, South Africa has over the past decade demonstrated not only commitment but consistency. We have proudly hosted critical diplomatic and technical events, including the World Maritime Day parallel event, the historic Cape Town Agreement Diplomatic Conference, and the 6th high-level meeting on the Jeddah Amendments. Each engagement reflected our belief that the strength of the IMO lies in cooperation, solidarity, and shared responsibility. Our maritime infrastructure is strong, reliable, and future-ready, from an IELA-compliant navigational system and a globally respected hydrographic service to a regional maritime rescue coordination center whose reach extends across the southern African region and as far as the Antarctica. Our search and rescue capacity is proven, responsive, and anchored in regional cooperation. South Africa continues to safeguard maritime safety and security, including through operations in the Mozambique Channel and our contribution to regional and continental maritime security architectures. As our elders teach us, if we want to go far, go together. And we believe this wisdom must guide global maritime security efforts. In environmental protection, we have positioned ourselves as champions of the IMO's decarbonization mandate, designating our sea area as a MARPOL special area, investing heavily in climate-smart port infrastructure, and advancing the development of green fuels such as green hydrogen and green ammonia. Through the Green Voyage 2050 and GLONOIS, South Africa stands shoulder to shoulder with the global community to ensure that the blue economy remains sustainable for generations to come. our 8 strategic ports, including Durban, Cape Town, and Richards Bay, are essential gateways for Southern Africa's integration into the global economy. As a maritime bridge between Africa, the South Atlantic, and the Indian Ocean, South Africa remains a dependable partner in advancing maritime connectivity, trade facilitation, and regional growth. Through our comprehensive maritime transport policy, we continue laying the foundation for South Africa to emerge as an international maritime center for Africa, anchored in skills development, industry transformation, innovation, and climate-resilient infrastructure. Madam President, South Africa stands before this House today as the sole candidate of the SADC region. In offering ourselves for service, we bring the weight of a region that believes in balance, equity, and shared prosperity within the IMO. If South Africa is elected, we commit to 3 priorities, which are championing Africa's and the Global South's voice in the IMO, ensuring that capacity building, technology transfer, and equitable transition remain at the center of the IMO's agenda. Secondly, strengthening global maritime safety and security cooperation with a focus on implementing the Cape Town Agreement, enhancing SAR capabilities, and advancing coordinated responses to evolving maritime threats. And thirdly, accelerating the transition to green, resilient, and future-proof shipping, supporting member states, especially developing nations, in meeting decarbonization and digitalization targets. Distinguished delegates, we stand ready to serve with diligence, integrity, transparency, and vision, guided by Africa's timeless wisdom and driven by South Africa's steadfast commitment to the IMO family. We respectfully ask for your support and your vote as we stand for the Category C seat. South Africa is ready to serve. Madam President and colleagues, I thank you for your kind attention.
Je remercie l'Afrique du Sud.
Thank you, South Africa. The clock is working now again, so can I please ask all speakers to be so good as to keep to the 3-minute limit, and we now turn to Nigeria.
Madam President, Excellencies, esteemed delegates, Nigerians stand before you today as a nation deeply committed to the safety, security, and prosperity of the global maritime community. As a prime maritime nation and home to one of the busiest shipping hubs in West and Central Africa, Nigeria has prioritized the strengthening of maritime governance, enhancement of port efficiency, expansion of agrographic capabilities, securing the maritime domain, and driving the blue economy agenda. Internationally, we have demonstrated leadership and commitment towards championing the suppression of piracy in the Gulf of Guinea, fostering regional collaboration through the Yaoundé architecture, and supporting capacity-building initiatives that empower developing maritime nations. The impact of our actions is notable and has been acknowledged by the International Maritime Bureau. Excellencies, Nigeria's election to the IMO Council under Category C, not for prestige, but to contribute even more robustly to our shared maritime future. We offer a strong, solution-driven voice from the developing world, a bridge between regions, an unwavering partner in advancing IMO's regulatory, environmental, and safety mandates. Today, I humbly call upon all member states to cast their vote for Nigeria, your trusted partner, your several maritime ally. Today, let's move forward with purpose, ensuring safer seas, cleaner oceans, and a more inclusive global maritime system for all. Vote Nigeria. Together we say forward. Thank you.
Je remercie le...
Thank you, Nigeria. And I'll now turn to Malaysia.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Madam President, Secretary General, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Malaysia is honored to stand before you today as a candidate for the IMO Council Category C for the 2026 to 2027 term. Malaysia is ready to serve with commitment, credibility, and continuity in full support of the IMO's mission. As a maritime nation strategically positioned along the Straits of Malacca, one of the world's main shipping routes, Malaysia recognizes the responsibility entrusted to us in shaping a safe, efficient and sustainable global maritime transport system. Our candidature is anchored on three key commitments: strengthening maritime safety, digitalization and port resilience. Malaysia will continue advancing navigational safety, e-navigation and maritime digitalization, drawing upon the expertise of our world-class ports, including Port Klang and the Port of Tanjung Pelepas. We stand ready to share our experience to support safer seas, smarter operations and more resilient port ecosystems for all member states. Second, elevating capacity building and technical cooperation. Malaysia is ready to expand maritime training opportunities with particular focus on small island developing states and least developed countries. We will champion inclusive and cross-regional knowledge exchange, and we remain committed to promoting diversity and gender equality by empowering women, youth and underrepresented communities in the maritime sector. Thirdly, upholding the global rules-based maritime order. Malaysia remains steadfast in supporting compliance, cooperation and the effective implementation of IMO instruments across regions. We will continue fostering constructive dialogue and collaboration among member states to strengthen global maritime governance. Excellencies, Malaysia firmly believes that prioritizing environmental sustainability in line with the United Nations 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development is essential to building a resilient and future-ready maritime sector while addressing the global climate crisis. Malaysia respectfully seeks your esteemed support to our candidature in Category C so that we can continue serving the global maritime community. With your trust, we will continue working alongside every member state faithfully, transparently and collaboratively. Thank you so much.
Je remercie la Malaisie.
Thank you, Malaysia. And I now turn to Kenya.
Madam President, Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Kenya is seeking re-election to Category C, supported by the following compelling reasons. First, Kenya has a strong institutional commitment to maritime governance following the establishment of a dedicated State Department for Shipping and Maritime Affairs. For over 50 years, we have been an active member of the IMO family. We have not only ratified conventions, but embedded them into our maritime governance. Kenya is committed implementer, not merely a signatory. Second, Kenya is a strategic gateway for East and Central Africa. As it stands today, the lives and the livelihoods of more than 300 million people depend on the port of Mombasa. That number will grow with the completion of the port of Lamu that opens new arteries of regional trade, development, and prosperity along various transport corridors. Kenya knows from experience that efficient and safe shipping underpins national and regional growth. Third, Kenya hosts the Maritime Organization for Eastern, Southern, and Northern Africa, and chairs the Association of African Maritime Administrators. We are proud to host and support the IMO Regional Presence Office in Nairobi, which plays a vital role in technical cooperation across East and South Africa. Fourth, in a region challenged by piracy and other maritime threats, Kenya has been a steadfast partner in securing the Western Indian Ocean and supporting the Djibouti Code of Conduct. And we remain committed to collaborative security measures and to protecting our shared marine environment. In that spirit, we respectfully and with humility ask for your support for our candidacy to the Council. Kenya stands ready to offer leadership, expertise, and constructive partnership for a safer, cleaner, and more prosperous maritime future. I thank you.
Je remercie.
Thank you, Kenya. And I call now on Thailand.
Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I will be brief. On behalf of the Kingdom of Thailand, as a two-ocean trading country with strong interests in sustainability and promoting connectivity in all spheres, we present our candidacy to return to the IMO Council under Category C. While we were not members of the Council for the current 2024-2025 biennium, our commitment to the organization's mission remains steadfast and absolute. We did not step back, we stepped up. Our dedication is proven through action and exchanges at the regional and other levels and within organs of the IMO. Thailand has continued to serve the IMO with purpose, to build consensus on various issues. We are deeply honored to be entrusted by you with the chairmanship of the Facilitation Committee for its 48th and 49th sessions, and we are proud to chair the 50th FAL in 2026. Furthermore, we are deeply privileged to have been entrusted to serve as chair of Committee 2 during the 34th Assembly. Returning to the Council as member would allow us to act even more meaningfully. Madam President, by supporting Thailand's candidacy, our partners in the IMO are voting for a proven, dedicated and constructive partner, a nation that demonstrated its commitment within and outside this Council room. We assure you that your trust and your vote will be deeply valued. We humbly ask for your support. I thank you.
Je remercie la
Thank you very much, Thailand. Let me call on Indonesia next, please.
Madam President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, this is day 5 of the Assembly, and at this point I think we can all agree on one thing. No one in this room has been hungry. Between the breakfasts, lunches, dinners, and an impressive range of souvenirs from every corner of the world, this election has been powered by hospitality and, in Indonesia's case, by equal parts of coffee and conviction. If enthusiasm alone can cast ballot, I suspect most of us would already have been elected several times. But what this week really shows is something deeper. It shows how much every candidate cares about this organization and how much we value the partnership that make the IMO work. Indonesia comes to this election with the same spirit. As the world's largest archipelagic state, sitting at the crossroad of the Indian and Pacific Oceans, our responsibility to global shipping is lived every single day. We try to do our part, whether through safer navigation routes, greener port systems, or stronger protection of our marine protection, efforts already detailed in our aid memoir. All of this is anchored in a vision that captures who we are and where we believe the IMO must sail together, navigating maritime opportunities towards global sustainability. This is our compass, and we hope it resonates with you as much as it guides us. Indonesia humbly asks for continued support for our re-election to the IMO Council under Category C for 2026-2027. After a week like this, your votes will definitely help revive our spirits and our stamina. And I do believe I don't go beyond your time limit. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie la
Thank you very much, Indonesia. Turkey next, please.
Thank you, Madam President, Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. Turkey, as a maritime nation, has the honor to present its candidature for the re-election of the Council under Category C. As a founding member of the IMO, Turkey has actively engaged in the work of the organization since its establishment and has served continuously on the Council since 1999. For decades, Turkey has demonstrated a steadfast and consistent commitment to the promotion of maritime safety and security, as well as to the protection of the marine environment. Located at the crossroads of Europe and Asia, and with shores on the Mediterranean, Aegean, and Black Seas, Turkey occupies a strategic position at the heart of major global maritime trade routes. Turkey brings experience and expertise to the global maritime community as a major flag, port, and coastal state. Our ports, shipyards, and maritime services remain vital components of international supply chains, while our highly trained seafarers continue to contribute significantly to the safety and efficiency of world shipping. Last year, Turkish ports handled approximately 530 million tons of cargo and over 13 million TEU, with 192 international ports, including 5 ranked among world's top 100. Turkey maintains a highly competitive maritime network. As a flag state, Turkey's merchant fleet ranks 10th globally, with more than 53 million deadweight ton and 2,203 vessels. Our shipyards are recognized internationally for their quality and innovative capacity, including in the construction of clean energy vessels. Turkey also ranks among the leading nations in safe and environmentally sound ship recycling. As a prominent seafaring nation, Turkey contributes more than 140,000 highly skilled seafarers to the global maritime workforce. Turkey remains fully committed to the IMO's mission to ensure safe, secure, and sustainable shipping on clean oceans. In a rapidly changing world, the maritime sector faces far-reaching and complex challenges that no nation can address alone. Climate change, digitalization, and the pursuit of the SDGs require strengthened multilateralism and cooperation. If re-elected, Turkey will continue to serve as a constructive, forward-looking, and reliable partner committed to enhancing the effectiveness, inclusiveness, and global legitimacy of the organization. Thank you for your support.
Je remercie la Turquie.
Thank Turkey. Now, I think the screen, like the counter, is a little tired, as we all are. But anyway, it's the turn of Peru to speak next.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, President, and distinguished delegations of the IMO member states. Peru would like to say that we are a committed member of the IMO. We are fully dedicated to meeting our duties and obligations with the organization and all the conventions adopted. And we have worked together with other countries to improve international maritime shipping and the protection of the environment. We do everything we can to benefit the international maritime community. We have the exchange of information, centers for working together internationally. We protect the oceans, and we have areas of the sea that are protected in my country. If I may make a more personal note, President, I would just like to say that in my first 2 years as permanent representative, I was part of the council, but really what we want to do is to continue actively the work of Peru in the organization, in particular when it comes to maritime safety, the protection of the marine environment, and cooperation. And in particular, we want to work to find solutions with all member states for all of us. And I would like to say to all the delegations, it's been really interesting and really valuable to hear all your statements during this week, to hear your concerns, your achievements, and we have taken note of everything, including all your concerns. And in the general discussion, a lot of delegations have said how important the IMO is as an international forum, how important the work of the organization is, and how all our maritime authorities are in constant coordination, working together. We in Peru are going to be intensifying our work and cooperation with the member states. And in that spirit and in line with our firm conviction to continue on the path of everything that we are doing here, we will be contributing to the fund every year. As you know, that this is a fund, the Trust Fund, which helps with cooperation and technical cooperation with countries that are less developed. And as I said in my general statement, it means that we can all participate here on an equal footing in the organisation and that no one is left behind. So we would like to keep our presence here in the IMO so that we can do our utmost to help implement all the conventions and all the work of the IMO. So I would just like to say thank you to everybody in the Council for their very hard work over the past 2 years. And of course, thank you to the Secretary General and the Secretariat. And just like to say that we would really respectfully ask for the support of delegations in our candidacy. And I can promise you that there will be full commitment from our country to the organisation. Thank you.
Peru.
I thank Peru and now give the floor to Chile.
Presidente, señor secretario.
Thank you very much, President, Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. It is an honour for me to address this assembly. Chile is far away, very far away, down in the south of the world, where the oceans seem to blend into the sky. But from that southern edge, we learnt that the sea has no endings, only new horizons opening before those who dare to look at them. We are a country shaped by contrast. We host the driest desert on Earth, ancient glaciers, and southern fjords that extend like an endless labyrinth, connecting us to polar waters and Antarctica across more than 4,300 kilometres of coastline. We are also a country that looks directly across the Pacific from the most remote island of Polynesia, Rapa Nui, or Easter Island, whose people carry in their hearts the strength and spirituality of the ocean, reaffirming our identity, which is that of 3 continents. For all these reasons, we did not choose to be a maritime nation, but we are one by destiny, geography and conviction. And that is why we believe in this organisation, because the IMO is the community that ensures this connection remains safe, predictable and cooperative. Every day our products travel on ships flying many flags. Many of our seafarers serve aboard vessels under different registries, and our cargo crosses distant seas. This reality captures the spirit of maritime transport, an inherently international activity that functions only when trust, cooperation and shared rules are in place. And to give coherence to this interdependence, nothing is more important than the work of this organisation. The IMO is where flags do not divide but coexist. And to continue advancing, cooperation is essential, along with the conviction that every collective effort brings us closer to safer seas. We firmly believe in maritime safety, in the energy transition, in the protection of the marine environment, and above all, in people, the women and the men of the sea who give meaning to this organisation. We also believe in multilateralism. Just as no ship sails alone through a storm, no state can face the challenges of the global ocean on its own. Cooperation is our compass, and this assembly is our common harbour. From the end of the world, from the global south, Chile comes with calm determination to offer its experience and its willingness to serve. We are not the sailor who claims to have all the answers, but the one who keeps a steady oar and eyes on the horizon, trusting the strength of the crew and the shared course set by the IMO. We will continue rowing alongside you, convinced that distance does not separate us, but reminds us of the value of meeting one another. And from our continental coast, from the vast Polynesian territory of Rapa Nui, and from our gateway to the Antarctic continent, Chile reaffirms its ocean-going vocation and its commitment to this maritime community. For this reason, and with humility and hope, we ask that you continue to place your trust in us. We want to keep serving this shared crew, navigating together through cooperation and through the mission of this organisation, always towards a safe harbour. Thank you very much.
Je remercie le Chili et
I thank Chile and I now call upon Jamaica.
Madam President, Secretary General, Excellencies all.
A special greeting to everyone who joined us last night for an incredible evening of live music, great food and unity across continents, islands, oceans and seas, and commiserations to those who missed it. Jamaica has been a member of the IMO since 1976, and we have been proud to serve in Category C whenever you have granted us the privilege. We believe that our role in Council is critical to ensuring adequate geographical representation, as well as representation of the interests of developing countries, including small island developing states and least developed countries. This, even as we, in the consensus-driven spirit of Bob Marley's One Love, have always taken a balanced approach to ensuring the perspectives of all members of the organization are considered. Given that the ultimate aim of the IMO is to seek global consensus on the development of rules and standards for safe, sustainable, and efficient international shipping, Jamaica believes strongly that in the current global environment, our voice and approach are needed on Council more than ever. Our presence here, despite the challenging period for our island, signals the importance of the IMO's objectives and work to Jamaica. Furthermore, we have ratified all the major conventions governing maritime safety, security, and pollution prevention, and have constructively contributed to the wider work of the IMO, including having chaired the STW and III subcommittees. Jamaica remains committed to playing a leadership role in the Caribbean, hosting the Secretariat of the Caribbean Memorandum of Understanding on Port State Control and the IMO-accredited Caribbean Maritime University, which trains highly qualified male and female seafarers for the international shipping industry. Additionally, Jamaica helped to lead the establishment of the Women in Maritime Association Caribbean and hosts its secretariat. Jamaica has always been a trusted lead partner country, selected to implement a number of global projects dealing with ballast water, global GHG emissions, and now marine plastic reduction. In conclusion, Excellencies, re-election of CARICOM endorsed Jamaica to Category C of Council would enable us to further contribute to the goals and work of the IMO in the interest of us all. We humbly request your support and thank you.
I thank Jamaica and I call upon the Bahamas.
Thank you. Secretary General, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, good afternoon. Madam President, thank you for granting me the opportunity to make a final lobby for support for the Bahamas' candidacy for re-election to the IMO Council, Category C, for the 2026-2027 biennium. The Bahamas has served as a member of the Council since 1999, ranking consistently in the top 10 registers and values its place on the Council immensely. Madam President, distinguished delegates, we remain dedicated to working collaboratively with the IMO Secretariat, fellow delegations, and our partners in the maritime industry to uphold the highest standards of maritime safety and security, environmental protection, and seafarer development and welfare. We would like to continue to work for you, and I once again respectfully seek your support for our candidacy in today's election. I thank you.
Pardon. Je remercie les Bahamas.
I thank the Bahamas and I call upon Malta.
Madam President, distinguished delegates, esteemed colleagues, it has been a long week for all of us, and in the interest of time, I will keep my comments as concise as possible. Madam President, allow me to commend your steadfast leadership and tireless dedication throughout this demanding session. Delegates, colleagues, Malta stands before you today with a clear aspiration, the privilege of serving again on the Council in Category C of this esteemed organization. Malta has served on the Council since 1999. That is 26 years of continuity, commitment, and constructive engagement in the service of the global maritime community. Throughout these years, Malta has approached its role with humility, responsibility, and a steadfast determination to advance the collective interests of all member states. As a maritime nation and an island state at the very heart of the Mediterranean, the sea is not simply part of our geography. It is our lifeline, our heritage, and a defining element of our future as enshrined in Malta's Economic Vision 2050. Today, we are proud to reaffirm the generous contribution to the Technical Cooperation Fund announced earlier this week by our Honourable Minister, an investment in a safer, more inclusive and sustainable maritime future. Our enduring commitment is also reflected in Malta's role as the proud host of the IMO International Maritime Law Institute. To the many IMLI and World Maritime University graduates in this hall, we extend our warmest greetings. Likewise, Malta is privileged to host the Regional Marine Pollution Emergency Response Centre for the Mediterranean Sea. Over the decades, REMPEC has proven itself to be a pillar of regional cooperation in protecting the maritime environment of our shared sea. Distinguished delegates, Malta is a maritime nation. From the classical era to the age of navigation and beyond, our people have shaped the maritime story of our region. We were protagonists, not spectators, in centuries of maritime trade, diplomacy and governance. And just as Malta contributed to defining the maritime rules of the past, we stand ready to play our part in shaping the framework that will govern the maritime sector in the coming years. We bring a bridge anchor between continents. So for generations, our deep-rooted heritage has established us as a place where dialogue finds refuge and international cooperation takes hold. Malta pledges to be the unwavering voice of reason, ready to mediate, resolve, and unify conflicting views, ensuring global maritime governance, sailing towards stability and consensus. As this long session draws to a close, we warmly extend our friendship and best wishes to all our fellow candidates in all the categories. Thank you, Madam President.
I thank Malta and I call upon Mexico.
Gracias. Thank you very much. My delegation appreciates this opportunity to briefly and concisely explain Mexico's motivations for submitting its candidacy in Category C of the IMO. For the Mexican state, the oceans and maritime transport are a strategic axis of national development. They're also a source of shared prosperity and sustainable and inclusive development that energizes the global economy. As a nation on two oceans facing the Pacific and Atlantic, my country will continue to be a bridge to the global maritime community, honouring international agreements and reaffirming its commitment to the IMO and its member states, and building strategic partnerships with all stakeholders to enrich and strengthen the actions necessary to achieve our common goal of ensuring safer, more sustainable and efficient maritime transport. If re-elected, Mexico intends to promote the following actions. We will promote at regional and national level the importance of energy and the circular economy. We will also support constructive dialogue to advance decarbonisation and the net zero emissions targets for 2050. We will promote the protection of biodiversity and marine ecosystems. And we will also be looking very closely at the problem of biofouling and marine debris while fostering cooperation to reduce underwater noise, which is generated by maritime transport. We will continue to promote enhanced multilingualism and proportional geographical representation. We will continue to promote an agenda and actions for substantive equality in the maritime sector. We will maintain our participation in Red Mamla, the Women in Maritime Authorities Network, and IMO Gender Equality Network. We will also strengthen national maritime and port security measures that contribute to the fight against transnational crime committed at sea. We will also support efforts to protect seafarers in the face of increasing cases of abandonment. We will promote the 8 strategic principles of the IMO, in particular the application of instruments for capacity building in developing countries, with an emphasis on the least developed countries and small island developing states. We will promote multilateral dialogue and cooperation with all IMO member states, convinced that, as we are, that this is the best way to address the challenges facing the maritime sector and improve maritime safety, prevent marine pollution, and facilitate maritime trade. And with this firm commitment, Mexico would be very grateful for your valuable support for its re-election to the IMO Council in Category C for the period 2026 to 2027. Thank you.
Je remercie le Mexique.
I thank Mexico, and I now call upon Belgium.
Madame la Présidente,
Madam President, Secretary General,
distinguished delegates, je vous remercie.
Thank you, Madam President, for giving me this opportunity to speak again in front of this Assembly.
Belgium stands ready to serve as a proactive, inclusive and solution-oriented member of the IMO Council. We offer our expertise, our partnerships and our unwavering commitment to a sustainable, safe, secure and prosperous maritime future while leaving no one behind. Belgium is also firmly committed to the well-being of seafarers. They are the backbone of the maritime sector. We should never lose sight of their well-being. During the current session, Belgium has been particularly active in bringing forward an ambitious agenda for the organization. We took up leadership roles in promoting sustainability and supporting diversity. We have done so by actively listening to all IMO members and working together with all of you. Because, indeed, Belgium is a country that wants to build bridges. We believe in consensus, in listening, and in finding common ground. We work in an open, transparent, and respectful manner, and if you elect us, we will actively work together with all of you to achieve the goals of the IMO. Distinguished delegates, we respectfully ask for your support for our candidacy in Category C of the Council. Together, let us navigate the challenges ahead and steer global shipping towards a bright future. Ensemble,
let us face the challenges to come and direct world maritime transport towards a promising, bright future.
Je remercie la Belgique.
I thank Belgium, and I now call upon Finland.
Thank you, Madam President, Secretary General, Your Excellencies, fellow delegates. Finland has served in the Council during the past 2 years, as this has been the first time for us doing so in more than 2 decades. And Madam President, we are ready to serve 2 more years. Finland is a maritime nation, true and true. More than 94% of our good exports and almost 97% of our goods imports are carried by sea. Finnish companies are famous for designing and building modern cruise ships, state-of-the-art icebreakers and other technologically advanced vessels. Finland is active in all IMO committees and subcommittees. We find that this broad activity and knowledge of proceedings across the organization is key for any Council member. But, Madam President, I won't go further in describing our maritime credentials. We do not see the Council election as a competition of merit or achievement, but of trust, commitment and service to the IMO. The IMO Council is first and foremost an executive organ entrusted with supervising the work of the organization between assemblies. Good governance is therefore key. Finland is internationally recognized for the quality of governance, trust in authorities' actions, transparency in administrative decision-making, accountability, and the ease of using public services. And these factors are essential as the IMO strives to be more efficient and transparent towards its member states, the media, and the public. Finland will continue working to ensure a level playing field in the IMO, No state, region, or shipping segment should be left behind. There will always be special circumstances, and Finland is committed to ensuring that they are considered. We are a northern nation, so for us, safe navigation in the ice is very important. We also have the second greatest number of marine aids to navigation in the world. This underlines maritime safety, the bedrock of the IMO. Dear colleagues, as State Secretary Minna Kivenmäki stated in our general statement on Tuesday, Finland remains fully committed to multilateralism and for keeping this organization relevant. Finland looks forward to continued cooperation with all member states, observers and international organizations present in the IMO. We hope you can support Finland's re-election to the IMO Council in Category C for the term 2026-27. Thank you for your support. Thank you, Madam President.
Je remercie la Finlande et j'invite à présent.
Thank you very much. Egypt is next, please.
Thank you, Madam President, Mr. Secretary General, Madam President of the Assembly, Your Excellencies, Ministers, distinguished delegates. At the outset, I would like to extend my congratulations to the countries elected in categories A and B and wish them every success. I also wish the best of luck to all candidate countries for category C, whether running for the first time or seeking re-election. And on my behalf, and on the behalf of the government and people of the Arab Republic of Egypt, I reaffirm our commitment to working within the IMO alongside all member states and the global maritime community to achieve the organization's main goal, and that is safe shipping on clean oceans. Accordingly, Egypt is standing today for re-election to Category C of the IMO Council, and we look forward to your valued support to continue this journey. And allow me to highlight some of the key elements that qualify Egypt for membership in this esteemed council. First, Egypt enjoys a unique geographical position at the crossroads of three continents, Africa, Asia, and Europe, with a coastline of 1,000 kilometers on the Mediterranean Sea and 2,000 kilometers on the Red Sea, making it a vital hub for global maritime trade. And second, Egypt has 55 ports, 19 commercial ports, and 36 specialized ports. 3. The Suez Canal is one of the world's most important and well-known trade routes, connecting the Mediterranean and the Red Sea. And it is a vital artery for energy, essential goods, and raw materials moving from Asia and the Middle East to Europe. 4. Egypt has maintained commercial relations with all countries of the world since ancient times. 5. Egypt meets its obligations for maritime safety and security, as well as safety of lives at sea, and operates one of the earliest search and rescue centers in the Middle East and Africa. 6. Egypt is a member of the IMO since its establishment in 1958 and an active council member since 1977. And Egypt is party to 38 IMO conventions and protocols. 7. A regional presence office for the Middle East and North Africa region was established at the headquarters of the Egyptian Authority for Maritime Safety in Alexandria in order to implement the technical cooperation projects in this region, and it was officially inaugurated in January 2025. And Egypt is committed to implementing IMO's environmental instruments. 9. Egypt actively participated in the 20-year negotiations of the legally binding BBNJ agreement, Biodiversity Beyond National Jurisdiction. 10. Egypt is committed to implementing the IMO GHG strategy, ensuring that related measures do not adversely affect food security. And Egypt advocates for solutions that reduce transport costs and support global food security. And lastly, Egypt has joined the global efforts for the protection of the rights of seafarers and has deposited its instrument of ratification for the Maritime Labour Convention 2006 as amended with the ILO office on the 6th of June 2024. And on the 15th of April 2024, Egypt activated the maritime single window system in all its ports, making a major step towards simplifying maritime procedures in line with the FAL Convention. And in light of its strong commitment to achieving the objectives of the International Maritime Organization and its desire to maintain its seat on the IMO Council, the government of the Arab Republic of Egypt appreciates the esteemed support of all member states for its candidacy to Category C of the Council. Thank you.
Je remercie.
Thank you, Egypt. Denmark is next, please.
Merci, Madame Présidente, Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, and friends. With new technological advancements and geopolitical developments comes new challenges. The IMO will have to address these challenges in the years to come. We need to place greater emphasis on the human side of shipping, with a focus on forward-looking maritime education that attracts talent and equips seafarers with the skills needed to navigate the technological development. We also need to ensure that safety and the transition to alternative fuels go hand in hand, and that no member states are left behind. While addressing these new technological developments, we must not lose sight of the core priorities and fundamental principles of the IMO, ensuring safe, secure, and environmentally sound shipping. And enforcement of these principles is essential to maintain the credibility of the IMO. An IMO that clearly, by the actions of the organization and its members, shows the world its relevance and the need for global regulation. Denmark is strongly committed to ensuring that the IMO remains the focal point of international maritime cooperation. The challenges that shipping encounters are global, and global challenges demand global solutions. Denmark therefore seeks your support as a candidate for the IMO Council in Category C. With your trust, we will remain committed, responsible, and steadfast in advancing IMO's core tasks. Thank you very much.
Je remercie le...
Thank you, Denmark. And finally, I call on Pakistan, please.
Rahim, Madam President, Secretary General, Excellencies, and distinguished delegates, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. As we come to the close of this session, Pakistan is requesting for your precious vote. More importantly, Pakistan is offering you a partnership in lieu. We come to this council election as founding member of IMO and a responsible maritime nation since 1958. We host critical sea lanes that connect regions and markets. We are modernizing our ports, our shipping, and our training systems in line with IMO standards. By electing Pakistan as a Category C member, you will gain an active, reliable, and forward-looking partner. You will gain a strong voice for maritime countries. You will gain a firm advocate for safety of life at sea. On the Council, Pakistan will support stronger cooperation on safe navigation, better working conditions, and dignified treatment for all seafarers, regardless of flag or gender. You will gain partner committed to climate action and green shipping. We are improving energy efficiency, strengthening marine environmental protection, and advancing compliant ship recycling. On the Council, Pakistan will support realistic and science-based measures that help us decarbonize while keeping trade flowing and leaving no state behind. You will gain a digital and innovation-focused voice. Excellencies, when you vote for Pakistan, you vote for constructive dialogue. You vote for country that believes multilateralism, respects international law, and honors its commitments. Today, I humbly request your support for Pakistan's election to the IMO Council Category C. Pakistan stands ready to listen, ready to contribute, ready to work with each one of you for a safer, greener, and more prosperous maritime world. I respectfully ask for your vote. Thank you. Pakistan Zindabad.
Je remercie.
Thank you to Pakistan. We have now heard from all 26 states candidates for Category C. Now, before we move on to the election, I wish to inquire if there are any other additional candidacies, please.
Si ça n'est pas le cas,
And if that is not the case, then the number of votes on the voting paper cannot exceed 20. Any ballot with more than 20 votes will be declared invalid. Delegations wishing to abstain should cast a blank ballot into the ballot box. And if a delegation makes a mistake when filling in the voting paper, a replacement voting paper should be requested, in which case the delegation in question should bring the spoiled voting paper to me and I will exchange it for a new one. But you already know how all this works. So I will give you some time now, delegations, to fill in your voting papers.
Bien, avant que le secrétaire général prononce les résultats.
Before we hear from the Secretary General with the results of the votes, I've got two announcements I would like to make. Just one thing to say is that after this, there will be another point on the agenda after 23. So once we finish category C, please stay. It won't be for very long, but it's point 24 on the agenda, and it's the election of members of the IMO Staff Pension Committee. I think we can get through it pretty quickly. And then we will come back 9:30 on Monday morning to look at the other points on the agenda, point 15, which needs to be finished, 7, 8, 21, and hope that we can then get started on committees 1 and 2 on Monday afternoon, if we make enough progress. And let me now give the floor to the Secretary General, please, so that he can give us the results of the votes in category C. Secretary General. Thank you very much, President. First of all, the number of voting papers was 171. No invalid voting papers and no abstentions. And the necessary majority was 86. And in accordance with the number of votes received, the results are as follows. Singapore, 149. Saudi Arabia, 142. Belgium, 141. Turkey, 139. Indonesia, 138. Qatar, 137. Cyprus, 136. Philippines, 136. Malta, 133. Egypt, 132. Morocco, 130. Jamaica, 129. Malaysia, 129. Peru, 127. Chile, 126. Mexico, 126. Bahamas, 125. Finland, 118. South Africa, 117. Nigeria, 116. Oman, 114. Denmark, 111. Kenya, 106. Bangladesh, 105. Pakistan, 100. Thailand, 90.
Bien. Je remercie.
Thank you very much to the Secretary General. Could you please take your seats? So let me announce the results now in alphabetical order in English. The following have been elected: Bahamas, Belgium, Chile, Cyprus, Egypt, Finland, Indonesia, Jamaica, Malaysia, Malta, Mexico, Morocco, Nigeria, Peru, the Philippines, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Singapore, South Africa, and Turkey. Congratulations, warm congratulations to you all. And we do now have the 40 members of the Council.
Alors, votre attention, s'il vous plaît.
Attention, please, everyone.
Attention.
Hello.
La séance n'est pas terminée.
We haven't finished yet. So could you please congratulate one another afterwards outside the room once we finish the assembly?
Merci.
Thank you. So, let me give you the list of the 40 elected members of the Council. In category A, China, Greece, Italy, Japan, Liberia, Norway, Panama, Republic of Korea, United Kingdom, United States of America. In B, Australia, Brazil, Canada, France, Germany, India, Netherlands, Spain, Sweden, United Arab Emirates. And in category C, Bahamas, Belgium, Chile, Cyprus, Egypt, Finland, Indonesia, Jamaica, Malaysia, Malta, Mexico, Morocco, Nigeria, Peru, Philippines, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Singapore, South Africa, and Turkey. These Council members will sit from the end of this session of the Assembly until the next elections, which will be held at the 35th session of the Assembly in 2027. And once again, I extend my warm congratulations to all the members elected. And I also congratulate those who weren't elected but stood. I mean, what is essential is participating. The newly elected council will meet for the 136th session of the council, which will be held after the conclusion of this session of the Assembly on Thursday, the 4th of December, to elect the council chair and vice chair from among the members of the council in its new composition. and they will also be considering a few other items which will be decided to be included in the Council's agenda. And let me now give the floor to the Secretary-General again. Thank you, President. And as you said yourself, I want to congratulate everybody and thank every member of the organisation who stood for Council. And I'd like to offer my congratulations to the new members of the Council, and I wish them every success in the discharge of their responsibilities in the pursuit of the objectives of the IMO. Thank you very much.
Je remercie Monsieur le Secrétaire général et je vous propose maintenant de passer au point 24 de l'ordre du jour qui concerne l'élection des membres du comité des pensions du personnel de l'OMI. Et j'invite le secrétaire général à présenter le document A34/24.
Beg your pardon, we will now be on the election of the members of the IMO Staff Pension Committee. Secretary General will introduce A34/24. What happened there?
Thank you, Madam President. As the Assembly is aware, IMO is a member of the United Nations Joint Staff Pension Fund. In accordance with the fund's rules, a staff pension committee comprising of representatives of the three parties represented of the fund, namely governing bodies, the Council, executive heads, administration of the Secretariat, and participants, staff members, is established. Each of the parties has 2 representatives on the Staff Pension Committee. We are very grateful to Mr. Wachara Chemanukulkit and Ms. Michelle Sanders, who served as the member and the alternative member, respectively, for the governing bodies for the 2024-2025 biennium. As per the request made through Note Verbal 074, seeking nominations from member states, IMO has received a nomination from the Federal Republic of Germany for Mr. Mark Philipp Gebauer to serve as the member, and a nomination from the Republic of the Philippines for Mrs. Sharon de Chavez Aledo to serve as the alternate member. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the Secretary General. The Assembly is invited to elect a member and an alternate member. And one alternate member to serve on the IMO Staff Pension Committee for the next biennium, as outlined in paragraph 7 of the document. Now, in the light of the information provided just now by the Secretary General, I trust that we can thank Mr. Wachara Chemanukulkit of Thailand and Ms. Michelle Sanders of Canada for their services. And I now open the floor for any comments, if there are any. No objections? No comments? If there are no objections, which there are not, I take it the Assembly is willing to accept the nominations of the Federal Republic of Germany and the Republic of the Philippines, and to elect Mr. Mark Philipp Gebauer of the Federal Republic of Germany as the member, and Ms. Sharon de Chavez Aledo of the Republic of the Philippines as the alternate member to serve on the IMO Staff Pension Committee for the 2026-2027 biennium. And again, if there is no objection, it is so decided, and I would like to both congratulate and thank them. I would now like to remind you of the decision at the last session of the Assembly to delegate to the Council the appointment of a replacement of the member should both the member and the alternate member rescind their roles before the next election of the Assembly, and for the Council to report to the Assembly accordingly when it next meets. If there is no objection to that, then it is so decided. Well, I think that we have come to the end of the agenda for this afternoon. There was quite a lot to do, and I think we've all deserved a weekend. I hope a very relaxing weekend. We will see you all Monday morning, 9:30, to continue the work of the Assembly. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Have a lovely weekend, everybody.